Hi everyone, formal good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Arijit Chakraborty. I am an assistant professor in the Department of Sports Physiology and Nutrition, National Sports University, Manipur. I'll be your moderator for this inaugural session. I welcome you once again to this inaugural session of the International Conference hosted jointly by National Sports University and Goa University in partnership with Don Bosco College, Goa, on the title Fit for Life, Empowering Youth through Physical Education, Sports, and Traditional Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this prestigious conference will be hosting over 25 distinguished international speakers and more than 250 delegates from all over the globe. They will be included by research scholars, professionals, and students. The event will serve as an excellent platform for knowledge exchange, academic discussions, practical engagement, featuring pre-conference workshop that we concluded successfully in the previous day, fitness sessions, yoga demonstrations, and a community free run initiative. We will be having the inaugural session, number 1, here. And before we begin, it is my pleasure to welcome our chairpersons and co-chairperson on the dais. So I welcome the chairperson of this today's inaugural session, Dr. Fran Serrano. I would request all the audience to welcome him with a round of applause. Sir, please. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, good morning, sir. So please have your seat here. Now it is my privilege to welcome the co-chair of this today's session, Dr. Sham Sundar Rath. I will request the audience to applause with a round of applause. Okay, okay. So before the session really begins, I will just introduce our speaker, respected speaker and respected co-speaker to the audience. May I have the slide, please? So our chairperson of this today's event, Dr. Fran Serrano, he is a managing director of Thomas Education. He holds a BCom degree, MPA, diploma in athletics from National Institute of Sports. He has a PhD. He is serving as a senior lecturer at Manukau Institute of Technology, MIT, New Zealand. Mental skills coach as Counties Manukau Rugby Union and Sacred Heart College. He has academic expertise encompassing various areas, including sports management, communication, organizational behavior, leadership, conflict management, coaching pedagogy, and sports psychology. He's a developer in New Zealand Diploma in Sport, Recreation and Exercise, recipients of prestigious awards at MIT for numerous years. He has a very, very high level research and publication. You can see here in leadership structures, learning organization structures, athlete transition, well-being support structure of athletes, strategic management in sports and community organization. A lot of publications are there and the list is very large. So once again, please join me in welcoming our chairperson, Dr. Fran Serrano. Welcome you, sir. Now it's my privilege and honor to say a few words about our co-speaker, Dr. Sham Sundar Rath, who is presently serving as the Dean of Students' Welfare at National Sports University. In addition to that, he is also acting as an head of the department in the Department of Sports Coaching and Sports Psychology. Sir has got a lot of expertise. He has got a PhD in physical education from Utkal University, diploma in coaching, specialization in weightlifting. He is also having a course obtained from dope test from the Department of Sports Medicine, Sports Authority of India. He has a lot of expertise and contributed more than 30 papers in national and international conference, visited various countries of the world in relation to that. He has got a lot of awards and honors, to be very precise. Bharat Jati Award from India, International Friendship Society 2017, Best Citizens of India Award in the year 2017 by International Publishing House, awarded as the Best Physical Education Teacher by the PEFI that is the Physical Education Foundation of India in 2018, and awarded as Distinguished Professor from institutes like Chennai. So please join me in welcoming co-chair Dr. Shyam Sundarat once again. Now, formally, I will hand over the session to our chair and co-chair so that they can initiate introducing our speaker and start the conference. Over to you, sir.
Well, very good, warm welcome to you all this morning. Very privileged and honored to be here, actually opening up this first session for you. Today's first keynote speaker is Dr. Shwanda Chikadut. She is our National Officer for Social, Human, and Human Sciences for UNESCO, based out of New Delhi. And she will be talking to us about the overview of UNESCO's work in sport. I would want you to give her a warm welcome to start our first keynote speak. Thank you.
Can I have some space here? Thank you. And will I be getting a tick? Yeah. Maybe put up my PPT. A very, very good morning to everyone, and it's lovely to be in Goa today with all of you. And I'm really, really grateful to the National Sports University, the University of Goa, and also, of course, Don Bosco College for inviting UNESCO to this really important, interesting, and exciting bits of conversations that they've curated together. So thank you, and welcome to Goa, everyone. Welcome to India, to those of you who have come from far and wide to speak to us today. I will be talking about UNESCO's Fit for Life program as an overarching theme of this conference to set the stage for what UNESCO, my organization, does in terms of policy making on the subject. UNESCO is the only UN body which actually has a mandate on working with the member states, our countries, the 194 member states that we have on sports. And there's a fair bit of interventions that we do related to sports. So I will be happy to kind of work with you through that. But before I start looking specifically at Fit for Life, I would like to just give you a broad overview of what we do. I'm sorry. So we actually support 194 of our member states on sports and education. We like to do data-driven and input-driven work with our network of policy experts in schools. And we have two very important intergovernmental platforms to do this. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But our vision largely is developing inclusive and evidence-based policies, equipping everyone in the ecosystem, specifically teachers and coaches, to deliver value-based sports and physical education curricula, addressing gaps in data, capacities, participation, and investment, and of course, ensuring that there is including and empowering sports and physical education ecosystem, right? And I think a lot of you in the room share this vision with us and are working towards making this possible. Like I mentioned, there are two intergovernmental platforms that we use to set the stage and create inclusive policies, which then all of you in the room are using to kind of put that actually into practice. So the first one is a global sports ministers conference, which is known as MINEPS, for international cooperation and strategy uh, on sports and PE. And there have been so far 7 MINEP conferences and have played a major role, first, in development of the International Charter for Physical Education and Sport, as we just mentioned, that the practice of sport and physical education has to be a fundamental right. And this charter sort of sets the stage for us to sort of assert that right and for all member states to agree that they will act upon that right. And then the creation of an intergovernmental committee for physical education and sport called CGEPS, which is sort of the body which you have these big conferences, and then there are all these commitments, and all our ministers go there and say we'll do this and we commit to that. But how does it happen? So this body actually makes this happen, right? It works between conferences, does policies, does campaigns, does all the work that actually gets things happening. So in our last conference, which was in Azerbaijan in June 2024, it got together all the ministers to actually adopt the program, the Fit for Life program and its alliance partners, and endorse priority areas which we will be discussing, which all of you will be discussing over the next 3 days. So like I said, between the MINEPs, I'm sorry, I kind of forgot to switch my slides. So that's like the MINEPs conference. And then this is the body which actually does the work. And then this has 2 working groups, the Sports Count, which makes a case for scaled interventions and tries to show why investment in sports is important, and Sport Care, which looks at people-centered focusing on people-centered interventions, focusing on well-being, human rights, and safeguarding. So all of the work that is done between conferences, like setting policy agendas, facilitating conversations, information, good practices, is done by the CJEPs. And of course, there have been a lot of recent high-level interventions. You all know that the Paris Olympics was a huge event around which a lot of sports conferences happened and a lot of conversations moved forward. And through these, we were able to kind of put out a bunch of things, and specifically a report on the social impact of sport, to be able to convince people, not just governments, but also private sector, to invest more in sports. A policy toolkit, which I'll talk about a little more, called Sports and Gender Equality Game Plan. There's a call of action to tackle violence against women and girls in the sporting ecosystem, which is part of a larger UN-wide kind of call to address violence against women and girls. And of course, the report on the state of the quality of physical education, which I'm sure some of you in the room also contribute to, and a joint call for action on the International Paralympic Committee on Disability Inclusion. Again, something I will talk about in a bit. Now, a little bit on why Fit for Life. The statistics on the slide will tell you the nature of how the sporting ecosystem looks like. And even before COVID, we know that 1 out of 4 adults led sedentary lives. And the pandemic only amplified this and sort of woke the world to the need for getting on your feet and getting to move, right? And so, I mean, I'm kind of preaching to the converted when I'm telling you why Fit for Life, right? And so to realize the high yield outcome of sport, we need to understand how sports drives change and what active lives mean in terms of physical and mental well-being and so on and so forth. And given that all the member states and all the players in the ecosystem understood this, they came together to sort of create this amazing platform where we kind of work towards addressing the gaps that are on the slide next to you, right? Looking at capacity gaps, fragmented data, and only 50% of member states having any data on participation on sport, which is readily available. So as you can imagine, Fit for Life then sort of addresses these gaps. What is Fit for Life? Fit for Life is a global alliance of like-minded actors from sports and non-sport sectors who want to harness the power of sports and physical education to collectively achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda. So our alliance members focus on different priority themes across 2 intersecting goals: driving systems change, but also supporting local impact. This dual approach is critical to kind of scaling investments in sports and through sports, both in the long and the short term. So systems change framework is about supporting member states. We need to kind of set standards in sports, like the International Charter, which allows you a fundamental right and allows you to work with state machinery, with like smaller machineries. We work to scale public and private investments in sport and physical education. We provide toolkits and guidance material on how to implement inclusive policies and initiatives. And we also continually review and revise our standards in conversation with experts like some of you in the room. And then, of course, we know that systems change is slow, but very, very necessary to ensure sustainability. Just like we do changes at the policy level, we also need to ensure that the community is something that we are continuously interacting it and they inform these policies, and therefore a bottom-up approach is very important. Community engagement and local impact is something that we need to parallelly work on along with like a larger systems change. We work towards building evidence and advocacy through projects which implement the main outcome areas of Fit for Life: education, equality, and well being. By getting more people active, societies benefit from improved physical and mental health and become more resilient. And we know that we need more and more resilience with all the problems that we are facing today. And somehow, within the room and within the next 3 days, we'll hear how sports can answer some of the big questions in smaller, limited, local, but very, very sustainable ways, right? And sorry. And again, data is very important because to show any results, to convince anybody of an argument or to make an investment, you need data. And so we try to focus on global surveys, but also local pilots and so on to ensure that we have harmonized data collection frameworks, which can develop like a global sports indicator bank. And UNESCO is working towards it. All the publications that I'm talking about are up on the UNESCO doc, our website and directory, where you can kind of go and look these up. So now, how does it work? How does Fit for Life work? How do we put all these things that I'm talking about together? It works through a multiple driver of change within the realm of inclusive and quality physical education and sports policies and programs. So working with our local people-driven efforts across global and systemic work, we focus on investment in the sports ecosystem, harmonizing and collecting and improving research and data, educating and building capacities of not just policymakers, but also practitioners and communities, and increasing participation at all levels, particularly in the most marginalized. And we also work on very focused four sort of areas, which is youth, gender equality, safeguarding, anti-racism and anti-discrimination, and sorry, there are five, disability inclusion as well. If I know how I'm doing on time, I'll see whether I want to sort of deep dive on them. So before I kind of plunge into these sort of specifics of how we work on these five areas, there are some problems that are common, and I'm sure those of you who are in the room know what these problems are. There is underinvestment, there's data collection, like challenges in data collection, monitoring, and evaluation, which is why we saw that almost 50% of the member states don't have data around participation in sports and PE. A lack of proper, sustained, decisive training, and a lack of representation across both participation but also in terms of leadership and influence, right? And when all of these are combined, they create the kind of gaps which don't yield to policies which are, although well intended, don't necessarily deliver results on the field. Now, quality physical education is one of the most important areas for UNESCO's work, and I'll spend a little time talking about that. We develop quality physical education, which we distinguish from metrics related to frequency, variety, and meaning. We ensure that we have updated evidence to inform our actions and regularly administer a global survey to our member states and physical education teachers around the globe. And the findings are published as the Global State of Play report. I hope some of you at least know of this report and have referred to it in your work. This always shows and has consistently shown, and I've already mentioned it, but it bears repeating, that physical education is underfunded, insufficiently inclusive, and underprioritized in our schools. The scenario is changing with all of our combined efforts, but it needs a lot more work. And I hope in the next 3 days, we kind of think about how we are doing this, what are the kind of pilots, and we have speakers from India and abroad telling us how and what to do. So to address these challenges, after gathering the data, we formulate recommendations and put together capacity building resources. Our QPE, Quality Physical Education Policy Guidelines and Resources, have been developed with, to support better policies and to are used to implement projects in our member states to drive change and in their national policies and curricula. Some of this work is being undertaken most recently in Kazakhstan and Namibia. What I'm going to do is we actually have deep dives on each of the areas, and I'm going to quickly run through them. So for example, in youth-driven community impact, there is ways that we actually do masterclasses, project selection, work placements, and finally symposias. As you all know, youth and sports. You always, I know in India and in a few other countries, youth and sports ministries are something that are clubbed together because youth are such a driver of sport and physical education. And so the objectives that we have in the program is enhancing well-being and employability, increasing community cohesion and physical activity, building human capital in sports and social business, creating networks of young leaders, and connecting young people to potential employers, funders, and policymakers. We have a sort of a pilot happening in Saudi around this, and it focuses, of course, on employability, but you can think about how it can definitely also work with, say, youth and well-being, youth and quality education, and so on and so forth. So similarly, gender is another very important area of work. We have dismal, and as somebody who specializes in gender, I can only say dismal stats on gender. There is 85% of adolescent girls globally who are not sufficiently active. And so what we do is actually focus in four key priority areas: the need for shared metrics, participatory development process, prioritizing capacity building, and a collective action to ensure engagement or and ownership of diverse public, private, and civil society groups. And for this, we have brought out what we call the policy toolkit that we call Sport and Gender Equity Game Plan. This practical resource was launched last year in the sports conference and supports policymakers to design, deliver, measure the impact of inclusive sports policies and programs. Uh, can I have a time check? Oh, lovely. All right. I hope everyone's still awake and with me then. So, like I said, what does a policy toolkit, how does it get made? Who are we talking to? Is it something that happens in Paris in UNESCO headquarters? No. We actually rely on a combination of advocacy, awareness, analytical work, and sort of these pilots and proof of concepts to see whether what we are speaking is actually working on the ground, to ensure that it's relevant, evidence-based, and impactful. We create events and campaigns and build momentum with our stakeholders. Can anyone tell me what campaign was related to the gender equality work that happened and was launched last year? Sure, go for it. Do you know what it was? Then I think then you probably know, and then we can go to somebody else. But okay, it was called Change the Game, and this was a huge campaign, and there was a lot of messaging around it in Paris. That's why you're nodding so much. You know it all. So Change the Game is what we launched last year, and then on the analytical side, the work that behind the game plan that I talked about, the gender game plan, has been informed by data and case studies put together by UNESCO's group of friends on sports and gender equality, one of whom we have in the front row cheering me on. So this consultative group is composed of experts, organizations, alliance members, and I'm telling you this to say that it's not something that is happening out there. It is people like you who actually contribute and tell us this will work, this won't work, this needs to be done better, the governments are not going to accept this, but this could be something we do with civil society. So there's a lot of back and forth, there's a lot of sort of diverse thinking and consultations that happen to be able to put these things together so that they're relevant for people like you to work on the field. So one such pilot that focuses on the game plan's identified areas is thinking about like a female leadership accelerator. So if you will notice, there is a similar structure. There is a youth accelerator, and then there is a female leadership accelerator. So what we do is UNESCO works through its member states and through people like you. So we'll put together a structure, and then people can sort of run with these programs, right? And we will try and see what works, and then hope that the member states call upon us and scale it up further. And then, of course, there is safeguarding. We're all aware of the fact that there is a lot of not just sexual, but also sexual abuse and harassment that happens in the name of, competitive sporting. So there, and again, there are twice as many female athletes which any form of sexual abuse in sport as compared to their male counterparts. And these kind of stats sort of wake us up to thinking about how and what we can do. So working on these needs, we have collaborated with UN Women and the UN Spotlight Initiative, which is actually an initiative specifically thinking about violence, to develop a handbook on tackling violence against women and girls in sport. Just like the game plan that I talked about earlier, this handbook is designed to support decision makers better understand and address these issues. We are looking forward to working with our member states to engage them actively in implementing these recommendations. For example, I can tell you in India, we have been approached by sports federations to use the handbook and actually see how it can be implemented, how we can create material basis this handbook, and probably kind of have these conversations around consent and the thin boundaries between consent and the lack of consent in, even when you're training, the way you touch and all of that with sports, with various people in the sports ecosystems, but specifically and definitely with coaches, whether they are women, men, or otherwise, right? Um, and of course, kind of mobilizing, how do you mobilize effective safeguarding through advocacy, again, awareness events, campaigns, and to ensure that we have data to show uh, the kind of the density and the depth of the problem, but also then to show what kind of work is creating impact, right? uh, Again, a very, very important area generally for the United Nations and specifically for UNESCO. In football alone, there is at least half of the fans who've reported racist abuse, and this is an area that we take very seriously. Now, conferences like the MINEPS are able to sort of help us put all of these agendas into practice. So, in the last conference, the member states endorsed the integration of the fight against all forms of racism as a cross cutting component, and you'll notice that the same thing was also done with disability, which I will talk about in a bit. In line with these decisions, we have organized a sports and anti-racism panel in the Global Forum for Racism and Discrimination in Brazil in 2023. And now there is a Fit for Life network against racism as well, which I am going to skim through because I would like to show you a video towards the end about the work that we are doing in India. So the one that I'm going to talk about is the disability inclusion, which again, like I said, is a cross-cutting component of Fit for Life. And we have seen, let's just say that there's a lot of willingness of change at the policy and practice level. There's a lot more visibility for those of you in India about the participation and the encouragement of para-athletes. And I'm sure similar changes are happening in other member states as well. But the problems, again, are similar, limited opportunities, lack of accessible infrastructure. In fact, at least 1 in 3 students with any kind of disabilities have absolutely no access to sensitive, inclusive physical education, right? And therefore, there is a lot of work that needs to be done in the area because just like everyone else, people with disabilities also need sport and physical education in their lives for all the benefits that they have for everyone else, just like mental well-being, emotional well-being, and physical well-being. And then I'm going to talk about a little bit towards the end some of the initiatives that we are doing in India, just to show you how it works in practice, right? Because I've talked about a lot of sort of overarching stuff. So this is something that is called the sports values in every classroom toolkit that was prepared globally with, which actually thinks about 3 values, right? Equity, respect, and inclusion. And this came out of the work that UNESCO does with all the member states on anti-doping. There is a whole lot of preventive work that happens, but there was conversations about how we can actually use really small games to think about these values and inculcate them while they're in the true catch them young spirit. And in India, what we did is we took this book, this paper-based toolkit, we digitalized it, and we also used, although the video I'm going to show you is not an Indian game, but we used a lot of Indian games like Kho-Kho, Kabaddi, Thalapantukali, Yubilakpi, games that some of our kids don't even know are Indian. We have something called Yubilakpi, which is like a precursor to rugby. And rugby, of course, is a world famous game, but probably not a lot of people know about this really interesting game called Yubilakpi, which is played with a coconut. So what we did was we digitalized these toolkits and we decided to sort of use them. And we're working with the Ministry of Education to sort of make these available to all 700 districts in India today and so on. Before I end my talk, I'm actually going to request the person to share the video that I have along with the presentation, if possible. Oh, you need to do it here. I'm going to take everyone's share of the tech glitches so that all of you have smooth presentations, yeah? Maybe while they fix this, so that we don't spend too much time, do we want to take questions? Because it's a short video that I'm going to show you about the toolkit, but I'm largely done and we don't need to waste time. So we can take questions. If anybody has comments, ma'am, if you want to share some of the work that you're doing.
Yes, the microphone is working, so if anybody has a question from the floor, any of the students, please make yourself come forward and we can take the question from you.
Yeah, and I can repeat it, yes. Oh, it's So research with children, like you pointed out, is tricky. The quality physical education survey actually happens with member states, so people in the sporting ecosystem and the physical education teachers, sir. And not so much. Just for those of you who didn't hear him, he asked how do we go around collecting data with children and what are the ethical connotations of that? Like I said, we don't actually. There are researches done with children on sports and physical education, and they go through the whole gamut of ethical considerations and going through the institutional ethical boards and all of that. We are doing that for some work in India. Yeah, we actually don't do it with in terms of the QPE. As far as I know, it happens with teachers and with other people in the ecosystem and not with children. Yeah. This one?
Module 9 Equity Promoting Gender Equality. Gender equality means equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities
for all genders. This activity, kicking gender inequality out of the field, is a 40-minute game designed to teach students about gender equality and can be conducted outdoors. The basic equipment needed includes cones or goalposts and a football. Before starting, let's assess the students' understanding. Ask them for examples of sports activities available in school. Questioning if
all genders participate equally. Do girls play cricket? Do boys take dance classes? Why or why not? Highlight how society can discourage girls from acting and vice versa. Explaining that gender equality involves welcoming free of socially defined gender roles. With this background information, proceed to the game. Kicking gender out of the field, which is similar to the game of football but with some modifications. For the setup, post or mark a scoring area in the playing field with cones or markers. Divided into mixed gender teams, ensuring a balanced mix of boys and girls on each team. In round 1, restrictions on passing based on gender. Boys can only pass to other boys and girls can only pass to other girls within the team to score a goal. For all girls or all boys schools, an alternative approach could involve assigning half of each team one color and the other half another color. Players would then only pass the ball to teammates wearing the same color. After round 1, facilitate a discussion with the students about their experiences. Ask them to reflect on how the gender-based or color-based passing restrictions impacted their ability to play as a team and score goals. Ask them to think whether they felt limited or excluded by the restrictions and how it affected their enjoyment of the game. Emphasize to the students that in the game and also in real life, sometimes people are treated differently because of their gender. But when we limit chances based on gender, it stops us from working together to make our society better. Everyone should have the chance to help and make a difference, regardless of whether they are a boy or a girl. In round 2, it's time to break down barriers and promote inclusivity. Remove the gender-based or color-based passing restrictions and allow players to freely pass the ball to any teammate. Emphasize that this represents gender equality, where everyone has equal opportunities and contribute to the team's success. Play the game again and observe how the removal of restrictions affects teamwork, cooperation, and the ability to score goals. After the game, ask the students the following questions. Why is it important for girls and boys to have gender equality? Can boys and girls equally excel in sports and also teach each other? Does gender equality mean being the same? Or is it to respect differences but be treated equally?
Today we played football and learned to play with boys and girls together. We learned that while playing together, we can win and enjoy more.
Through this activity, the students will experience the impact of gender-based restrictions on opportunities and teamwork, highlighting the importance of promoting gender equality in sports and other activities. This approach builds a society that values everyone's unique contributions and abilities, ensuring equal rights and opportunities for all to participate in sports and other activities without limitations.
So, as you noticed, this was one of the equity modules. We have 30 such modules going progressively forward. So the first one just introduces what is equity and then goes on to progressively deepen the students' understanding of equity versus equality. And we are, if you notice the last slide before I switched off, is actually like a blank slide where all the logos will go eventually when the ministry agrees. But the idea then is to use really small, simple activities and start these conversations about disparities and how to kind of equip students to build an inclusive world, to start these conversations while they are young, to start creating these sort of ripples in their minds. So that's just one part of the initiatives that we do in India. Of course, like I said, we are working on the safeguarding initiative and trying to curate a women only sort of increasing the number of girls and women in India who play contact sports. We're also working on a framework to think about how to measure the social and developmental impact of sports and so on and so forth. So that's sort of like an overview of what UNESCO does globally, and of course like a quick bite of what we do here in India. I thank everyone for their time, and of course depending on over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chikuru. According to the time that we have about 5 more minutes. If there's any questions or comments from the floor, we're happy to take them.
Thank you. I am Claire Boursier and I represent XP. And we work very closely with UNESCO to implement all these policies and actions. My question is, you said that we have many policies implemented thanks to UNESCO and other organizations, but how are they implemented? And like these toolkits, it exists many very great documents and toolkits for the teachers, for the coaches. The problem is they don't know. And it is difficult to reach the Minister of Education, the Minister of Sport, and explain that they should spread them, even if they are online. It's just to send a message to the teachers, you can have access. And the teachers, they will tell, I don't have time, or I don't know. So we need to accompany and teach the teachers. So there are very great documents, and feel free, really go to UNESCO websites. They do tremendous work, and spread that exists around you in your community. in your countries? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention. I completely agree with you. There is a lot of amazing toolkits and documents and resources, how to write policies and so on, that are on the UNESCO website, and they are not UNESCO's documents. They are documents that people like you have contributed to and worked really hard to put together, and we'd love for them to be picked up. And this what I just showed you, the video that I just showed you, is actually one of the, and I'm sorry to say, and I hope that will change, one of the rare instances where a document, which is probably an EPUB on our website, or like a really pretty looking book, we've taken that and we've actually been able to make it into something that, so these are teacher training videos. And what we plan to do, and what we are in talks with the ministries of both education and the youth and sports, is to kind of do teacher trainings, to put them on the Diksha portal, and for teachers to be able to use them, and not just for teachers, but for civil society organizations to pick up and use them. So just to sort of thank you for bringing that up, and it's with people like you in the room who we can do more and more and bring those documents to life, and that's the whole point.
Hi, my name is Piyush Jain. I'm the secretary of PEFI. My question, there's two questions, that this toolkit or this whole document is available only in English language or in the regional language and Hindi? Because India is more devoted on Hindi. Most of the teachers are belong from the northern region, or somewhere they are in Hindi. So is this available in Hindi also? And another thing is that UNESCO and sports is also doing something on anti-doping also. So whether NADA is also involved with you on this, because our organization is the educational empowerment partner with NADA, and we organize lots of events on anti-doping, creating awareness with players. But till date, I think NADA didn't give any documents and related to UNESCO.
Thank you. Do we want to take a couple of more, or should I answer that? Okay. So we thank you for that question. So, and thank you for the work that you are doing. NADA is very much involved in the toolkit. In fact, WADA, which is the World Anti-Doping Authority, was part of the global toolkit, and so NADA has been part of reviewing and putting this toolkit together as well. The toolkit, like she said, is available on our website, the global toolkit. And this toolkit, along with the Ministry of Education, we are translating into at least 12 to 13 Indian languages. So not just Hindi and English, which UNESCO has already put in place. We'll hopefully have it in the major regional languages, and there are more than 13 languages in India, but we'll have them in, say, Bangla and Odia and other languages, Marathi and so on, so that more and more teachers can use it easily in the languages that they are comfortable in. Yes.
Thank you. I think we have one more question left, so I'll get the microphone over to you, Ajit.
Good morning, ma'am, and I appreciate the work you are doing, and it's really impressive. Well, my question is regarding the one issue I am facing, and I observe the stereotype mentality while making uniform codes in the school. That's something resisting girl students to take part in physical education classes as well as the recess activity. How do you address this issue? Thank you.
So this is a very deep-rooted societal issue related to gender inequality, which will need a lot more than me, you, and everyone in this room put together. But it's an important issue, and one of the symptoms of sort of outcomes of gender inequality and how we perceive women and girls as a society and as a world is that we put the very idea of uniforms is actually universal, right? And it's not equity but equality. Unfortunately, at least girls and boys wear different clothes, just like in society men and women do. But in a lot of schools now, sports uniforms are common, and that's like a definite step forward and helps facilitate women and girls participation. But to address gender inequality is a bigger conversation.
Any policy change from the ministry level, or from the state level, because last to last year, government of Kerala tried to implement this one, a unisexual uniform, but it was resisted by the fundamentals very much. So that's
Yes, yes. So, I mean, it cannot be something that is pressed top down. It will have to also be accompanied with, of course, we can try to have a lot of conversations, and I mean, we could try to think about something with the ministry, but it'll also be, there will be a backlash if people don't accept it. So, sports uniforms and sports days is when they have same uniforms, and that is a step forward. But sure, we can explore something at the policy level as well. But it's a bit, I mean, we all know how political attire is, so it's something that we need to kind of slowly work into from all possible directions, not just top down or bottom up, I guess.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I think we don't have more time for one more question. One more question? Yes, we do have time for Rosa.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Rosa Lopez D'Amico from Venezuela, okay? And as time is short, so I just want to say that I have participated in several of the reviews that UNESCO does in terms of physical education. But language does matter. And I always said, besides what he indicated to translate that to different languages, in some areas of the world, physical education has a strong power, much more than sport, in the education system. So I always insist when the documents from UNESCO comes, like sometimes our authorities change so fast. So there was no time, and some of them explain why there was such an input on QP, quality physical education, and now Fit for Life. Tell us, why does it happen? So sometimes it is important to leave it out why they change policies, because some countries don't follow the, I would say, the guidelines from UNESCO. That's true. But when they don't understand why the changes take place, then it makes more difficult for us, researchers and practitioners, to explain why it is happening, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, thank you once again. Once again, thank you very much for the questions from the floor, and Dr. Chigarud for your presentation. I am so happy personally, as a father of a 22-year-old young lady. I'm also very happy that we have finished the conversation this morning on gender studies and in that inclusion of females through sport. So thank you very much for your presentation, and look forward to catching up during the week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, respected chairpersons and co-chairpersons. Now I formally invite our Vice-Chancellor, Madam, Professor Dr. Usha Nair, to felicitate our first speaker, Ms. Sadda, ma'am.
A warm welcome to all the international and the national delegates. Indeed, it's a proud moment because when we contacted Nancy Clark from UNESCO, it was through Rosa that we tried to reach out and get, and Nancy Clark recommended Shraddha ma'am. So I think a big hand to her. From India, we have somebody who's representing, and I think there's vast to learn from it. So on behalf of the National Sports University and Goa University, a small token of gratitude, and this is a traditional way of welcome for us too. It's a traditional way of welcoming.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request VC ma'am to please felicitate our chairpersons and co-chairpersons, please. Please, sir.
I'd like to thank Fran, all the way from New Zealand, has come down. And in a short notice, I need to thank all the international delegates. I think you all made it possible. And the dream that we dreamt is a reality now. Thanks, Fran.
Thank you, respected delegates, for your warm presence here. Now we are ready for the formal inaugurations, and we'll start and begin the session within few minutes. I will now formally hand over the session to Dr. N. Debla Chanu and Mr. Unique Winam for carrying on the session. Thank you so much. I request the volunteers to please come up and clear the stage and make it ready for the inaugural session. Thank you.
Professor Harilal B. Menon, sir, all invited delegates, invited speakers, national, international delegates. The Honorable Chief Minister will be arriving soon, but still we have about 10, 15 minutes with us. So a request is if the international delegates could just introduce themselves. So I'd request from here, Claire, could you just come maybe 2 minutes or just 1 minute? It's just from there, we're in our book, so that the audience would know from where you are and what you do. So please be brief, because we'll give you a caution at that particular moment. We have to stop it. Please do come in. Claire, please.
Hello, it's an honor, and thank you, my dear friend Usha, to be there with all of you. So I am Claire Boursier. Like I pronounce, I am from France, and I am working with IXPE, the International Council on Sports Science and Physical Education, and we work very closely with many organizations and with many friends. So we are not coming from abroad alone, because we know Usha, we know we have many relationships. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome. Thank you again, Usha, for inviting me for this really important international conference. My name is Verena Burg. I come from Germany. I represent a federation who is based in Switzerland. I'm the Vice President of the International University Sport Federation, FISU, and I'm happy to be here with you in the next 3 days. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm Padma Shri and Kunjarani, Devi International weightlifter. And first of all, I want to thank Usha ma'am, and she invited me to attend this international conference. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Still morning. Thanks a lot to Usha and her team for inviting Play the Game to be present at this session. I'm formerly a journalist. I founded Play the Game more than 25 years ago because there was too much silence in sport. There were so many issues that were not discussed, sensitive issues that I will also raise in these two presentations I'm so privileged to give later today and tomorrow. I think it's very important that we do not repress difficult issues just because they're difficult. We should actually deal with them because they're difficult. And because all those visions for sport that we just heard of from UNESCO, and rightly so, they will never be realized if we do not find a way to better governance and safe sport. I'll say a little more about that later. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference, Dr. Usha. And I will have a symposium presentation today and another presentation tomorrow. And I'm so excited to share my research area. And my name is Takashi Fukushima from Tokyo Gakugei University. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, my name is Naoki Suzuki from Japan. So, I am working at Tokyo Gakugei University. I am researching about assessment. So especially that, so I am incorporating the so technology into the so assessment in physical education. I'm very interested in so other countries' physical education. Today, that so I listened to the so UNESCO so policy maybe. So it was so good. So I'm very interested in so Indian physical education. So I look forward to the so collaborating with you so in your future. Thank you.
Hi, morning. My name is Walter Ho. I'm from Tokyo, Kakuki University, the same university of Takashi and also Naoki Suzuki. Right now, I'm the invited research fellows at this university and heading a research work on international study of quality physical educations. So we start these projects almost 15 years before, and probably there will be more things that we can share together, and hope that we have a time that we can talk in this area. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Rosa Lopez de D'Amico. I come from Venezuela. Some people have asked me where it is. It is in the north of South America, okay? And I'm here as president of the International Society for Comparative Physical Education and Sport. But I have to say that my first approach to India was when I was president of the International Association of Physical Education and Sport for Girls and Women. So I have been privileged to be in several international academic organizations, and whatever I can do in order to support network and to promote our field of study, I am ready to do it, okay? Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, and thank you, Usha, for inviting me. My name is Mark King. I'm a professor of sports biomechanics at Loughborough University in the UK. My passion is around maximising performance and minimising injury risk. And later in the week, I'll be talking about how we can use technology and data in a positive way to help everyone reach their potential in sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Eliana. I'm from Brazil. I represent my university, University of Juiz de Fora. Usha, thank you very much. I'm so very happy here.
Well, good morning. I'm Beatriz Ferreira from Brazil, also South America. And I would like first to say thank Usha and all the person that organized this conference. And it's my first time here in India, and I'm very glad to be here. I tried to come some other time, but I couldn't, and this time I made it. And I have been working with different actions in Brazil, especially to indigenous games, the latest one that I'm going to present, and also with Eliana in the inclusion in the Federal University of Juiz de Fora. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Efthalia Elia Hadziani. I'm from Greece, from the University of the Peloponnese. I'm a professor of international organizations and other forms of cooperation in the field of sport. I'm also vice rector or vice chancellor of the same university, the University of the Peloponnese, the woman in the field. So I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, dear Usha. It's been so far an amazing opportunity for me to learn a lot. I also hope that I also would like to thank your team. You're doing an amazing job. I will try to share my experiences regarding sport governance and global sport governance and how we can make sport more transparent, more approachable, and to all of us. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste. I'm George Kiniznik. I am a Brazilian Australian person. Now, currently, I work at Western Sydney University in Australia. My work is I do lots of work on gender and sports, and also sociology of education and pedagogy of sports. And in this conference tomorrow at 11, please come to my session. Yeah, I'll be presenting some work on pedagogy of sports. So thank you very much, Usha, Aditi, and everybody at Goa University and University and National Sports University for having me here. I'm having a great time in India, and hope everyone enjoys the conference. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Akshay Mansingh. I'm the Dean of Faculty of Sport at the University of the West Indies, which is a university that belongs to 17 countries that I'll explain later in my talk. I'm an orthopedic surgeon and sports medicine physician based in Jamaica, but our university has opened a new faculty called the Faculty of Sport, much like you've got the National Sport University of India, which focuses on all aspects of sport. The Caribbean, the West Indies and Jamaica in particular are a superpower in sport. And we realize that we need to have collaboration and a lot of interaction with the rest of the world, which is why I'm here. So even though हम इंडिया में पैदा नहीं हुए कभी रहे नहीं हैं मगर हिंदी बोल लेते हैं तो जिनको अगर अंग्रेजी नहीं बोलना है तो हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं और उम्मीद है कि अच्छा काम करेगा.
Hi, good morning. I had an introduction pretty long this morning already, but I'm just up here again to tell you that I'm Fran Serrano. Please come and say hello during the week while I'm around. We are also hosting in New Zealand at the end of the year the 23rd biennial ICSWIS conference in Auckland. So, and you're all warmly welcome and happy to talk to you about that as part of our visit here and the presentation we'll have later this week. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Sushil Ram, and currently I'm the advisor, social policy development at the Commonwealth Secretariat based in London. My area of focus is on youth development, but the social policy section of the Commonwealth deals with youth, sports, health, and education. So we are trying to bring everything together so that there is more mainstreaming of not only youth, but also sports in all the areas of work that we do. Originally, I'm from Fiji. I hope you know Fiji. Most of you would be knowing that. So it feels really nice to be here in Goa. It feels very much like home. It's a very similar Fijian vibe here also, and I'm sure it's also the Caribbean vibe here. So thank you very much for all the hospitality. And particularly, I would like to thank Usha for this opportunity that was given to us, for us to be all here, and for the wonderful organization of the conference itself. So Usha, thank you very much to you and your entire team of students, volunteers that did a wonderful job. So thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone, and namaskar. I am Swarup Mukherjee from Singapore. Firstly, thanks to Usha ma'am and the entire team for pulling up this fantastic conference together. It's never easy, but it's a great show. So when I told my friends that I'm going to Goa for a conference, they told me I'm going to Goa for wrong reasons. Those who understood, you can trust me, this was a joke. All right, so my background is in sports medicine, and I work in the area of injury epidemiology, injury prevention, using non-invasive technologies for injury prevention and rehab. And I would like to say that this is a great platform to make friends, grow your network, and I hope this continues for a long period of time, and we can mutually benefit out of these connections that we make during the conference. So let's have good fun together for the next 2-3 days. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you, firstly, to Usha ma'am for the invitation to come and speak in Goa. My name's Dr. Martin Toms. I am from the University of Birmingham. I'm a social psychologist, and I deal with talent identification and development in youth sport. So I'll be talking a little later on some work I've been doing with Inspire Institute and their elite athletes. However, I also have a very personal reason for being in Goa. My wife's family are actually from around about 6 miles north of where we are, and I spent a fabulous day yesterday with cousins, aunties and uncles, literally, and some of the best Goan food I've eaten. So I look forward to much more of that. Thank you very much, and I hope you all enjoy the conference.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sandeep Kumar Sinha. I'm from Department of Sports, and I have been assigned the duty of taking care of administrative duties of National Sports University and Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education. Actually, I look after the administrative and financial requirements of the National Sports University and other universities related to sports. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Professor Rajesh Kumar, Senior Professor in Physical Education, Director and Head, Department of Physical Education, Usman University, Hyderabad, Telangana. My specialization is track and field athletics. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Paolo. I'm representing an international network which is called Sport for Impact. It's one of the 21 organizations supporting and having made the pledge in Baku and Azerbaijan to support the UNESCO activities. So very happy to be here with you. My mother is Bolivian, my father is Italian. Happy to be with you in the next days. Hi.
Hello, good morning. I'm Dr. Piyush Jain. I'm representing here the PEFI. It's called Physical Education Foundation of India. It is the National Sports Promotion Organization duly recognized by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Government of India since 2019. And recently, this organization is awarded as a prestigious Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puruskar 2024 by the President of India in last month. So we are basically dealing with the PE-related matter, policy-related matter with Government of India, Ministry of Youth and Sports. And I also request to each and everyone that we, with the help of Ministry of Youth and Sports, we are conducting one survey, nationwide survey on school education system, especially for PE teachers. So I invite all the PE teachers that they come and join in this survey, which this will help in a great manner. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Joy Singh. I am professor and head of the Department of Sports Medicine at RIMS Imphal. My special area of interest is sports rehabilitation.
If there's anybody else, invited speakers who have missed out. I don't know. There's anybody among the invited speakers, please? Our guest is about to arrive. So I'd request everybody to take a seat. They'll be seated immediately. Video play.
George.
in a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest of today's program, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant has arrived. We'll begin the program.
हमारी सरकार देश को स्पोर्टिंग सुपर पावर बनाने का संकल्प लेकर के चल रही है। भारत सरकार ने अभी तय किया है मणिपुर की ताकत का परिचय करते हुए हमने निर्णय किया है कि मणिपुर में स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी बनेगी। एक प्रकार से विश्व में खेलकूद की दुनिया में भारत का नाम कमाने में मणिपुर का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है।
Ladies and gentlemen, National Sports University is a dream university and a vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and we are truly honored that it has been gifted to the people of Manipur for its outstanding contribution in the field of sports. A very good morning.
Namaste.
And Kurumjari, I, Dr. Debla Chanu,
And I, Unique Oinam from National Sports University,
with immense pleasure, welcome you all to the International Conference on Fit for India, Empowering Youth Through Physical Education, Sports and Traditional Sports, Goa 2025.
jointly organized by National Sports University and Goa University in partnership with Don Bosco College, Panaji, Goa.
On behalf of the organizers, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to our chief guest of today's program, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, who has graced us for today's program. I also extend my warm welcome to respected Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, Professor Usha S. Nair, Madam, and also the Vice-Chancellor of the Goa University, Professor Harilal B. Menon, and all the invited dignitaries, guests, and international and national delegates. I welcome you all to this auspicious occasion.
तू स्वर की दाता है, तू ही वर्णों की ज्ञाता, तुझ में ही शीश है शारदा मैया, दे अपना आशीष. Now, may I request the beloved students of National Sports University and Goa University to present the Saraswati Vandana and seek the blessings from the goddess. I request everyone to kindly rise from your seats for the prayer.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्वृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वतीं भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमा आज्ञां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुरवासिनीं पुण्डरीकाक्षधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्तकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकं विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिं प्रदां शारदां बुद्धिं प्रदां शारदां बुद्धिं प्रदां शारदाम्
Now, we will have our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. For that, may I request our respected chief guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, Professor Usha S. Nair, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal B. Menon, to kindly light the lamp. I also request the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join for the ceremony.
Mother, we pray for your blessings with all humility. Give us wisdom to make this world a better place. May all human beings live with harmony with nature and other forms of life. May the truth prevail. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of self realization. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the stage.
To proceed further with the program, may I now cordially invite Professor Sunder and Dhuri, Registrar, Goa University, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, respected Vice-Chancellor of Goa University, Senior Professor Harilal Menon, sir, respected Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, Manipur, Professor Usha Nair, Madam, esteemed Padma Shri awardee and Kunjarani Devi, my colleagues on the dais, distinguished guests, keynote and invited speakers across India and the globe, delegates, faculty members, dear students, a very good morning to one and all. It is with immense pride and great enthusiasm that I welcome you all to the International Conference on Fit for Life, Empowering Youth Through Physical Education, Sports, Traditional Sports, jointly organized by the National Sports University, Manipur, Goa University, and Don Bosco College, Panjim. This conference serves as a vital platform to discuss, explore, and promote a role of sports, physical education in shaping the healthier and more empowered youth. We are truly honored to have among us today our esteemed chief guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, who serves also as the Education Minister of the state. Sir, your unwavering support and encouragement for the education, sports, and youth development have always been a source of inspiration for us. Your presence here today reaffirms your commitment to empowering the younger generation through physical education and sports, and we are deeply grateful for your leadership. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Goa University, Professor H.B. Menon, and Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, Professor Usha Nair, for dedication for fostering academic excellence and sports development. Your guidance and vision play a crucial role in shaping the future of our students and athletes. A special and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished Padma Shri awardee and Kunjarani Devi, a true icon in the world of sports. Your achievements and contributions have left a lasting impact on the sporting community, and your presence here today is a great honor for all of us. We eagerly look forward to hearing from you and learning from your experiences. Over the Next 3 days, let us engage in meaningful discussions, share valuable insights, and collaborative common goal, empowering youth through sports, fitness, and education. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of Goa University. May this conference a source of inspiration, learning, and new beginnings. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your words and setting the right tone for the program. Moving ahead, we'd like to take a moment to express our heartfelt welcome to the chief guest of today's program, the Honorable CM of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant. And for that, my request, Professor S. Usha Nair, Madam, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, to present the Lengyanpi, which is a traditional scarf from Manipur, hand woven by the weavers of Manipur, which is known for its rich and diverse craftsmanship across the globe. Thank you, Madam. I also request, Madam, to please welcome the Vice-Chancellor, of the Goa University, Professor Harilal B. Menon, with the traditional Lengyanpi. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, may I have the honor to invite Dr. Shyam Sundar Rath, the Dean Students Welfare, and who is also the Joint Organizing Secretary of the conference, to kindly welcome the Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, Professor Usha S. Nair, Madam. I also request Rath sir to kindly welcome the Registrar of the Goa University, Professor Sunder and Dhuri. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Last but not the least, I request Dr. Shyam Sundar Rath to also welcome the Padma Shri and Kunjarani Devi, Madam, the pride of Manipur, the pride of India. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Madam.
Now, I request Shri Balachandra B. Jadar, Assistant Director of Physical Education and Sports, Goa University, who is also the Joint Organizing Secretary of the International Conference on Fit for Life, to kindly present the overview of the conference.
Very good morning. Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant ji, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, sir, of Goa University, Professor Harilal Menon, sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, National Sports University, Imphal, Professor Usha Nair, ma'am, respected Registrar, sir, of Goa University, Professor Sunder Dhuri, Padma Shri and Kunjarani Devi, Dr. Shyam Sundar Rath, Dean, Student Welfare, National Sports University, Imphal, distinguished guests, esteemed academicians, researchers, sports professionals, and dear delegates. It's my pleasure to present an overview of an international conference on Fit for Life, empowering youth through physical education and sports, traditional sports, jointly organized by National Sports University Imphal and Goa University, along with partnership institution Don Bosco College, Panjim. This conference is a significant initiative aimed at bringing together global experts, researchers, and policymakers to discuss the crucial role of physical education, modern and traditional sports, and innovative training methodology in youth empowerment and well-being. We are honored to welcome around 250 delegates, including 32 keynote speakers, with 26 international experts from over 16 countries. The conference is further enriched by the presence of representatives from UNESCO, the International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education, and the International Society of Comparative Physical Education and Sports, reinforcing the global significance of this event. This platform will facilitate discussion on modern and traditional sports, sports science, and performance enhancement. Also, youth empowerment through physical education. A special highlight of this event is a pre-conference workshop on sports psychology held successfully yesterday at Don Bosco College, Panjim. This hands-on workshop had focused on neurofeedback and biofeedback technology, offering participants insight into their practical application in sports psychology and performance enhancement. Over the next 3 days, we will witness 3 parallel seminar sessions where leading experts will share their research and insights on the latest development in sports and physical education. The sports science exhibition showcasing assessment tools in sports medicine, sports biomechanics, and sports training technologies. This conference is not just about academic discussion. It is an opportunity to foster global collaborations, shape future sports policies, and integrative evidence-based practices in physical education and sports. The ideas and research shared here will play a vital role in developing sustainable sports initiative and empowering the next generation of athletes and educators. I encourage all participants to actively engage, exchange knowledge, and take forward meaningful collaboration that will contribute to advancement of sports and physical education worldwide. I wish all of you a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for providing us with a brief overview of the conference. Moving ahead, it is my immense pleasure to welcome Professor Harilal B. Menon, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of the Goa University, to please address the gathering and bless all of us. Sir, please.
Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant ji, Professor Usha Nair, Vice-Chancellor officiating National Sports University, Imphal, Srimati Kunjarani Devi, Olympian and Padma Shri awardee, all other delegates on the dais, and the invitees, the keynote speakers, students from across the world. I was told that there are representatives from 16 countries. So happy, I'm so pleased to stand here in front of you at the time of inauguration of this 3 days international conference dealing with Fit for Life, empowering youth through, sports education and traditional games. In fact, this gathering, especially, the representative from 16 countries, itself shows the significance, how significant is the sports to empower youth of the future generation. In fact, when you say that the title itself, Fit for Life, that is the fundamental right, in the sense that the Fit for Life is not only for the athletics, rather it has to be a part of your life. And, any individual who is habituated for sports-like activity, he'll be very confident. He will never consider any issue as a problem, rather he will try to see that it's a challenge and then solve that. And through that, he will develop a perseverance, he will develop a resilience, etc. And especially this is very important in this era of technology because, many youths are leading a sedentary lifestyle wherein the sports activity is very, very important. And, you have also, because the Honorable CM wants to go, I cut short my speech by 2 minutes. When you look at the traditional games, because here you have also trying to integrate traditional games. Traditional games means this is being transferred from ancestors to us. That means we are also carrying forward our cultural identity. So in that respect, I would say that this conference will certainly, make a, in fact, this would draw a trajectory for future kind of research. I always try to ask myself that there was a big or a famous pole vaulter, Sergei Bubka. He has made a lot of records, world records, but hardly any Olympic medal, maybe once, I think. So this is where the research comes into act, in the sense that you must see that how one can be free from injuries, because he frequently, injured, therefore at the last moment he's not performing to his best. So where the research has to be there. Therefore my, suggestion to you is that please try to see that you are creating a research component for this, and let there be dedicated people for research. After your PG program, go for that. Take specifically, for example, let's say pole vault or any other thing where India is shining. so that once the country sends the participants, they will come back with the gold medal, or they will come back with the medals which will be a flower in the cap of the country. So I'm sure that with all this experts sitting here, it is going to be a very fruitful session for the coming 3 days. And I would also request the participants that you should not be a mere spectators. Rather, when you address when you attend any of the keynote speaker, you must see that you interacting with them. You think you interacting with them, so that all that you had in your mind before coming over here is solved. So that you will find that at the end of the day, you find that yes, I have got it. And also you try to see that you develop relations or forge the partnership with some of the experts here, so that will help you. Because basically the conference of this sort, international conference of this sort, is to develop a cooperation, and then you can have international projects and then work on that, and mutual the benefit, etc. And before I close, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Usha, because I think she has taken a lot of pain to communicate and then organize all that. And then all the delegates, all the keynote speakers who have come from across the world, I express my deep sense of gratitude. Let us see that from this we will come out with a good document, and that document will be the proper document for any research to be carried out in future. With these few words, I once again welcome you all, this beautiful state of Goa. You all know that how beautiful is Goa, because Goa is famous for tourism. So once you complete your work, like your presentation, etc., try to see that what is outside. You go to beach, etc., but not at the behest of your session. Complete your session and go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind support and for welcoming the National Sports University here in Goa and all the delegates, and making it a success story for one and all. Moving ahead, may I have the honor to invite Professor Usha S. Nair, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University, to give the address.
Thank you, Ms. Devla. Most respected Chief Guest of the day, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, eminent Vice-Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal Menon, and the great Olympian, because this podium is very heavy. Madam Kunjarani, ma'am, you have made India proud, and I think it's quite heavy. Registrar of the Goa University, esteemed all the dignitaries on dais, invited speakers, national, international. A warm welcome to each one of you to this particular conference of Fit for Life, jointly organized by National Sports University and Goa University. The National Sports University is the only university in the country. We are at an infancy stage, just started in 2018, but it was a vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So I think we acknowledge and give our gratitude, because Sir has a vision, because Manipur being the powerhouse of sport, how is that India could be at the global level? And that's how, in a very small state, this National Sports University was established. And I need to thank the Honorable Vice-Chancellor again, because he was so kind enough to support us. We just asked, can you help us in having, from Manipur all the way from the Northeast, we have come down to Goa. And with open hands, he said, yes, thank you so much for accepting and giving us this opportunity. And to Don Bosco, I have to make a special mention of Father Jokel, who said, yes, we're ready to support you. And it was only that spirit, and with the ministry, we have the Ministry of Youth, Affairs and Sports here, the Secretary Madam, and actually the Sports Minister was supposed to be here, because when it's national sports, they would want to be here. So each one of you supported and made this dream a reality in a very short notice. And when we talk of in a very short time, the National Sports University has done excellent. We have undergraduate and postgraduate courses. We are not just in physical education, we have sports education, sports science, sports psychology, sports biomechanics, because most often people think it's only sports. Alumnus of the National Sports University, the sports psychology team, were with the Paris Olympic teams, which won the gold in shooting. Two of the sports psychologists were from the National Sports University. And now 3 gold medals and 1 silver for the national games from the small university of the National Sports University. With this recent. So, sir, just to bring to your notice, we are doing in India being a young country, most of the below the age of 35. I think Fit for Life is a need of the hour. And we are not just going to have a theory and academic session. As sir said, it's going to be research. Also, we're going to have a practical session where there's going to be 5K run. So all those sitting here, get geared up because you're going to have fitness. You're going to have yoga breaks because we are going to promote yoga. Please take back yoga to your respective countries and see that you practice it and see what the benefit you can gain out of it. And with all this, I'm sure this is all going to be great MOUs. And with this particular conference, I'm sure there can be a lot of brainstorming sessions, as Sir rightly pointed, a document and a resolution, recommendation. Let Goa be the place from where we start. We promote traditional sports. And as Sir Ministry is here, we'll take up a project, bring up a resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, ma'am, for your support and encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and delegates, now I welcome you to the most anticipated moment of the conference, that is the release of the book of abstracts of our conference. Today, we gather to celebrate the culmination of months of hard work, dedication, and innovative research presented by our esteemed authors and contributors. I request the Honorable Chief Guest of today's program to release the Book of Abstract for the conference Fit for Life 2025.
As we unveil the Book of Abstracts, I encourage each and every one of you to delve into the wealth of information and discoveries contained within its pages. These abstracts represent the cutting-edge research and diverse perspectives that make our conference community so vibrant and dynamic. Enjoy the release of the Book of Abstracts, and may it inspire you to new heights of discovery and achievement. Thank you, sir. Now I request our today's chief guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, to kindly address and grace the gathering. So,
good afternoon, friends. I said good afternoon. Yes, for the international conference on a Fit for Life. First of all, I congratulate for the Imphal students, one who had welcomed me in the traditional way. So give a round of applause to them. Especially for this program, the Professor Harilal B. Menon, the Vice-Chancellor of the Goa University, Professor Usha Nair, Vice-Chancellor of the National Sports University, Imphal, Padma Shri N. Kunjarani Devi, Olympian, Professor Sunder and Dhuri, Registrar of the Goa University, Shri Bhalchandra Jadar, the Assistant Professor of the Physical Education and Sports of Goa University, Dr. Sham Sundar Rad, Dean and Student of the Student Welfare National Sports University, and all the international delegates, one who has come from 16 different countries. You know Goa as for the sun, sand and sea. Sun, sand, sea, which is the 3S. I'm adding one more S to it, which is in sports. Henceforth, it will be the sun, sand, sea and sports. I'm pleased to be here today for the international conference on Fit for Life, empowering youth through the physical education, sports and traditional sports. I extend my warm welcome, warm congratulations to National Sports University, Goa University and Don Bosco College, Panjim for organizing these important initiatives. This conference ensures that fitness and sports become an integral part of every citizen's daily life. The role of sports in youth empowerment. Youth are a driving force and behind India's growth. Engaging in the sports and physical education is not just about fitness, but it builds character, resilience, and discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Sports have the power to unite people, fostering national pride and create the opportunities for the young athletes to shine on the global stage. Goa has always had a rich sporting culture, and with the right training, support, and infrastructure, we are committed to develop the next generation of champions. Preserving and promoting the traditional sports. While we are celebrating the modern sports, it is equally important to preserve and promote India's rich heritage and traditional games such as Kabaddi, Kho-Kho, Malakhamba, Kalaripattu, and Thang Tha of Manipur. Under the Bharatiya Khel initiatives, our government is working to introduce 75 traditional Indian games into schools, ensuring that our youth reconnect with the cultural heritage while also enhancing their fitness. We are also organizing the state and national level conferences to provide these traditional games to recognize and deserves the government's commitment to the sports and youth development, the infrastructure development, establishing the state of the art stadium, training centers, and fitness facilities that are accessible to all. The supports for athletes, implementing the talent identification program, scholarship, and world class coaching to nurture the young sports people, integration and education, encouraging the schools and colleges to prioritize the physical education and include the sports as a part of academic development, promotion of the traditional sports, organizing the national and state level tournaments to sustain and popularize the indigenous sports. The programs like Khelo India, launched in 2017, have played the pivotal role in identifying and nurturing the young talent at a grassroots level. Similarly, the Fit India movement, which is launched by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in 2019, encouraged the people of all ages to incorporate the physical activities and sports into their daily routine. The role of educational institution. The institution like the National Sports University and Goa University play the critical role in advancing the sports education and research. By integrating the modern sports science and traditional knowledge, they are shaping the future of athletes, coaches, and sports scientists. We are recognizing the efforts of the universities, educators, and trainers in creating an environment where the sports and educations go hand in hand. This holistic approach is what will empower our youth to excel in both in academic and athletics. The fitter and stronger India. As we inaugurate this important conference, I urge the student, educators, the policymakers, and sports professionals to take the following step. Adopt the fitness as a way of life, encouraging the daily physical activity, balanced nutrition, and mental well-being. Support emerging athletes, providing the guidance, mentorship, and resource to our young talent. Celebrating the sportsmanship. Instill a culture, the fair play, the perseverance, and teamwork. Reviving the traditional sports. Promote and participate in the India's rich heritage and indigenous games. This conference is a more than a gathering, it is a moment towards the healthier, stronger, and more resilient India. I am confident that the discussions and the collaborations here will be lead to innovative strategies to empower our youth and elevates the India's sporting achievements on the global stage. In closing, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Goa University, National Sports University, Don Bosco College, and all the stakeholders who have made this event possible. I also thank the students, athletes, educators, and policymakers for their dedications to making the sports and physical fitness as a national priority. Let us work together to create New India, an India that is a fitter, stronger, and unstoppable in the field of sports. With this aspiration, I'm officially declared that International Conference on a Fit for Life empowering the youth through the physical education, sports, and traditional sports open. I also request for each and every Indian to fulfill the dream of Honorable Prime Minister, which is the Vikasit Bharat 2047. We are planning for another 25 years when we are completing our Golden Jubilee celebration of our independence, which is in the Vikasit Bharat 2047. The sports and youth will play the important role in the Vikasit Bharat. So once again, I'm appealing you to participate in the Vikasit Bharat vision of Honorable Prime Minister, Vikasit Bharat 2047, and download the app, which is a My Bharat, which is specially for the youth for your career and all other things. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Your presence here is a testament of your dedication and commitment to the growth and development of sports and education in Goa and in India. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Moving ahead, we'd like to take a moment and express our gratitude to the chief guest of today's program for his kind presence. And for that, may I request the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University to present a memento. I request the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal B. Menon, sir, to also join and present a symbol of gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, who has graced today's program as the chief guest. I also request Madam to present a memento to the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Goa University as a symbol of gratitude. I request everyone to kindly proceed for the group photograph. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I request everyone to kindly be seated. Now, we next welcome the pride of Manipur, the pride of India, Padma Shri and Kunjarani Devi, an Olympian who has represented India in Beijing 2024 Olympics. Madam is someone who has opened the gate for athletes, particularly female athletes, to female athletes of future generations to mark their place in the field of weightlifting. And in recognition of her outstanding contribution in sports, she has been conferred the prestigious Padma Shri Award in the year 2021 by the Government of India. Madam, kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, all. And our Honorable Chief Minister is already left, and now Vice-Chancellor, Shri Menon sir, and Usha ma'am, and all the dignitaries, and foreign from 16 countries, for all contingents, members, all are welcome. And to give this chance, I'm thankful to Madam Usha, and I will speak in Hindi also. And yeah, I'm born in Manipur. मैं मणिपुर की हूँ. मणिपुर में पैदा हुई हूँ, और मैं वर्ल्ड की चपा चपा चल के मैं स्पोर्ट्स में पूरा घूम चुकी हूँ. और ओलंपिक की ड्रीम देखते देखते मैं पद्मश्री, अर्जुन अवार्ड, एवरी all the Rajiv Ratna Khel Award, और लिम्का बुक्स ऑफ पर्सनल, पूरा बिरला अवार्ड में पूरा एक ओलंपियन बनने की सपने में सारी ये अवार्ड जीत पाई हूँ. और नाउ आई एम प्रेजेंटली वर्किंग इन CRPF सेंट्रल रिजर्व पुलिस फोर्स एज ए कमांडेंट. और मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगी क्योंकि आई एम ऑलरेडी इन दिस पैनल, सो आई विल शेयर एवरीथिंग whatever I have done for the accept all medals. So I will share everything within three days conference. So I will finish this up to this, and thank you.
The Olympian need not speak anything. Their presence itself makes a difference. So I think this is what Madam is about. When Olympian stands itself, that's what she spoke. And the biggest thing is she has brought in she has challenged the gender with women taking in weightlifting during a time. Like you have India where they get into wrestling, and especially some of the states against all the odds without having any support, if they can do it, and paving way for many more women to take up weightlifting. And she is the one who paid way for it. A big hand.
Thank you so much, Madam. I would like to translate whatever Kunjarani Madam has said for our international delegates. So Madam is, in her words, I was born in Manipur with the dream to be in the Olympics. And on my way to the Olympics, I have worn various feathers. I have added various feathers to my cap, namely the Arjuna Award, the Padma Shri Award, the Khel Ratna Award. And she has won various trophies and championships, and in her representation, in her participation where she represented India in the Beijing Olympics, Madam finished 4th in the entire event. So a huge round of applause for that. And Madam is looking forward to have a good interaction with each one of us, and she is willing to share, express ideas with all of us, and she's willing to tell each one of us whatever she went through to achieve what she has been able to. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and presently, Madam is a commandant in the 2nd Manipur Rifles. Is it? CRPF, I beg your pardon. So a huge round of applause for that. With this, we move to the last segment of the inaugural ceremony. For that, may I have the privilege to invite Dr. Shyam Sundar Rath, Dean Students Welfare, National Sports University, who is also the joint organizing secretary of the conference, to deliver the vote of thanks. To express our gratitude for Madam for her huge contribution in the field of sports and for inspiring the younger generations. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Madam. May I again invite Dr. Shyam Sundar Rath, Dean Students Welfare, to please deliver the vote of thanks. Oh, I'm so to express our gratitude to the Registrar of the Goa University, Professor Sunder N. Dhuri. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are presenting the polo, which is called as the Sagol Kangjai in Manipur, and it has been believed that Manipur gave the world the game of polo. Thank you. Once again, may I have the honor to invite Dr. Shyam Sundar Rath to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is my immense pleasure and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's occasion a resounding success. I am pleased to be standing here on behalf of all students, staff, and faculty members of National Sports University to convey my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, deserves special recognition for accepting our invitation and being here with us today. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and wonderful words. Now I place on record of gratitude to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal B. Menon, for his generous support and guidance for encouraging at every point of time of this great event. Your encouragement has constantly blustered all our endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. An event like this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been lucky enough to have our respected and loving Vice Chancellor of National Sports University, Professor Dr. Usha S. Nair, who inspiring us to achieve our best and serve as a pillar of strength. We express our heartfelt thanks, heartfelt gratitude to your dedication and for your tireless work for this international conference. I thank our special guests to Padma Shri, Kunjarani, Devi, Olympian, Arjun Awadi, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Awadi, the first superstar of Indian weightlifting, who, despite her busy schedule, has found time to grace the occasion. Thank you, madam, for your significant contribution, dedication, and disciplined life. So all our sportsmen will inspire definitely so far as your training, technique, tactics, dedication, devotion, everything. Thank you, madam, for your presence. I especially thanks to our beloved and respected Professor Sunder N. Dhuri, Registrar Goa University, for your encouragement, support to make a great success, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the distinguished invitees and delegates from various parts of India and abroad. Our international delegates, and keynote speaker present over here from the different parts of world. Sir and madam, without you, the conference will not be a great success. Thank you very much. Despite of your busy schedule, you came here and you will deliberate, you will present, and your valuable experience you will share, and research work also share. Definitely all our delegates, our students will be benefited out of it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I also extend thanks to all the faculty members and dedicated conveners of National Sports University, Dr. Premanand Singh, Dr. Amit Rasen Singh, Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Dr. Kiran Harish Tiwari, Dr. Arijit Chakravarti, Dr. Vinay Singh, Mr. Ravi Shankar, Mr. BND, Mr. Rakesh Sundar Singh, Dr. Devla Chanu, Dr. Sana Tombi Devi, our Deputy Finance Officer, coaches, staff, for their relentless effort, cooperation in making this international conference a resounding success. Here we are fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very dedicated and motivated staff of our university who have expressed to take the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. Thank you all, our faculty member, conveners, and all the different committee members. Thank you. I owe special gratitude to all our dedicated conveners and organizing committee members and volunteers of Goa University and Don Bosco College who have worked hard to ensure that this occasion became a memorable success. Thank you for your tireless effort and meticulous planning. Your hard work behind the scene has ensured the smooth execution of this conference. Special thanks to Reverend Father Mr. Joachim Lobo of Don Bosco and Dr. Ajit Gopi, HOD Department of Physical Education, Don Bosco College, and Mr. Balachandra, Assistant Director of Physical Education, with their entire team for full of it. Thank you very much. My special and hearty thanks to our Secretary Madam, Ministry of Sports and Youth Services with all their entire team for their support. Every time, Madam used to inform and what we are going to plan, everything. Madam has taken a lot of works, and my hearty and sincere thanks to all our ministry, all the members for their support, sir. I mention my deepest sense of appreciation and will place a record of my hearty thanks to all the loving students of National Sports University, volunteers, national, because of whom we made this international conference possible. Thank you, dear loving students. A big thanks to all our print and electronics personnel present over here. And in conclusion, thank you all once again for your valuable contribution and participation. Hope this 3 days conference will be a memorable and impactful experience for everyone present over here. Have a wonderful staying at Goa and enjoy the conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. With this, we have come to the end of the inaugural session.
Thank you for joining us today. Have a good day. Thagachari, which is thank you in Manipur.
And ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We will break off for a tea, and after that, we'll have the second session for the conference. We'll break off for the tea, and after 15 minutes, we'll continue with the second session for today. Thank you. I request a member of the technical team to kindly report.
They don't have a remote. Whose is this? Is this not madam's, right?
I welcome you back to hall number 1. We'll proceed with the second keynote session. And for that, may I have the privilege to invite the chairperson of the session, Professor Usha S. Nair, Madam, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National Sports University on the stage. Let me have the honor to invite the co-chairperson of the session, Captain Dr. Sam Joseph Braganza on the stage, and a former student of Professor Usha S. Nair, Madam. A huge round of applause for the chairperson and the co-chairperson, please. With this, we'll begin the session, and for that, I hand over to Madam.
A very good day to all of you all present here. As excited as I am, I'm sure you're excited to listen to Mr. James Anderson to this interesting topic that is going to speak today or right now on the topic athletic representation in athletic protection, lessons from a multidisciplinary project, strengthening athlete power in sports. I'm sure that's a lot to say about it because as athletes, we forget what we are responsible for, what we are supposed to get and what we can do with whatever responsibilities and abilities that we have. I'm sure Sir Anderson will put a lot of light on this for us. There is a brief description to what Sir Anderson is and what he has achieved over all these few years. I request you all to put your hands together for Sir Anderson. Apart from this brief description, you know this Sir Anderson has a lot of joy, energy, and will to do for the field of sports and physical education. And for whatever that he has done, he continues to do for the field of physical education and sports, we like to welcome him to our wonderful place, Goa, and to India. And I'm sure he will enrich us with his ideologies and his session today. Put your hands together as we welcome Sir Anderson. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, warm in many senses. I would say I felt very inspired by the UNESCO presentation this morning because it reminded me of some autumn evenings in more than 10 years ago, where I was actually co-editing the UNESCO Charter together with Philip Müller-Wirth, the lead UNESCO officer on sport. And we had a very, very good time together dealing with 100 proposals from all kinds of stakeholders and trying to sew them together. I mean, also, it is encouraging, partly because this was a very good personal memory for me, but also because I can see now how much effort UNESCO has put into making sure that the paperwork is put into practice. That the former version of the charter had almost been forgotten, but I hope and I see that the work that was done 10 years ago is still alive. There was one issue that we did not discuss much, or not that much in 2014, but has really increased in strength. There are more and more calls now for athletes to be engaged in the administration of sport, in the governance of sport, in having a shared responsibility of creating the world in which they work and train and have fun. Some of the reasons for this are not very positive. I'm going to address some of the reasons for these increased calls. And I would like to notify, as it is my duty, that I have some talk about sexual violence, and this may trigger very unpleasant experiences, and you are free to leave the room if you think that's, it's not that I'm very explicit about it, but I just say this issue comes up, and that can be very painful for some people. I will also address some of the solutions today and tomorrow, where I will take a broader view on the integrity challenges that sport faces. Briefly about Play the Game. We have existed since the late 1990s. We promote democratic values in sport with a special emphasis of freedom of expression, of transparency and open dialogue. We have held 13 conferences, and I hope to see you at our next conference from 5 to 8 October in Tampere, Finland. We're not a big organization. We are a small secretariat, but we have succeeded in establishing worldwide informal networks between researchers like you, journalists, whistleblowers, sports officials with the heart in the right place. And our courageous speakers have been the first to address at our conferences, such as the use of EPO, match fixing, doping trade, FIFA corruption, and a number of other corruption cases, unfortunately. And you can go to our website and subscribe to our free newsletter if you want to keep updated with our research projects and what we do. I'll tell about one of them. In my childhood, you may know that the world was in black and white. So that's why I show one of the big sporting heroes, a child at the time. That was my first introduction to the glory of elite sport. She was one of the most emblematic Olympic athletes at the time in the 1970s. I watched her on the little black and white screen, and she broke all records at the time. Her name was Nadia Comaneci. She was from Romania, and she was a gymnast. Many of you will know her. I bring her up because there is a link between the past and the present. This child had very, very special privileges. Her coach would regularly yell at her, telling her she was good for nothing, she was a medal-winning cow, and if she did not perform well, he would punch her. He would even slap her in the face, sometimes so her nose bled. She was forced to train with injuries, and she also tried to escape, but the security police found her and brought her back within 24 hours. So it was a very special set of privileges that world-famous child that became a role model for many gymnasts around the world enjoyed. So, but this is back in your childhood, Jens. It's 50 years ago or more. Why? Well, here's one of the reasons, not the only reason why. The trainers, the successful trainers of the Romanian gymnasts, Marta and Bela Karolyi, actually, when the communist system broke down in Romania, went to the US and got a very, very successful training career as for the coaches of the US Olympic gymnastic team. They are not fully responsible for the culture that was around this gymnastic team, but they certainly did not do much to help it improve. So that's why we ended up with one of the most terrible court cases in sport, the US gymnastics scandal, where the doctor of the US gymnastic team had exploited, I think, around 300 gymnasts, young, minor gymnasts in his time. One of them, the famous Elie Reisman, said, all these years that you see lined up were the years we spoke up about Larry Nassar's abuse. All those years we were told, you're wrong, you misunderstood, he's a doctor, don't worry, we've got it covered, be careful, there are risks involved. They wanted to silence the athlete. Fortunately, this is not, they did not succeed at the end, but too many years went by with this abuse continuing. The good outcome of this is that the outrage went to the US Congress, where they made a deep-going reform of the governance of US sport, so that now sport is much more liable to the welfare of the athletes. They have to make annual reports about the lawsuits against them and cannot keep them secret as they used to do. They have now one-third representation of athletes in the governing boards of the federations. They have an ombudsman function, and they have strengthened the US Center for Safe Sport. Not everything is ideal now, but there has been a substantial change that many countries could learn from. Another terrible case is the abuse from the football president of Haiti, Yves Jean Barre, who was banned by FIFA but absolved by the sports court for harassment, rape, aggression, sexual aggression against female football players. The reason why the Court of Arbitration, after conducting a hearing, dismissed the case was that they found that there was inconsistencies and inaccuracies in the statements of the victims and witnesses. So here we go. For once, FIFA gets the things right, they do the right thing, and then their appeal is dismissed by the Court of Arbitration for Sport. And this decision was also confirmed by the Swiss Federal Court. But let's take a closer look about these witness statements. Human Rights Watch has analyzed the case, and they said, yes, of course, these witness statements were insecure because there was no witness protection. And if you see some of the text messages that the girls in Haiti received on their phones, like, don't forget you have family in Haiti, I'll be honest with you, we've already prepared your coffins because personally I'm going to crack your skull open. And when you know how unsafe a country Haiti is already, or it's outside sport, then you understand that it may have been very, very difficult for the witnesses to be outspoken even at a hearing in Switzerland. Unfortunately, abuse and harassment are not confined to any particular country. There's a long list. I'm not going to read it, but there is in all countries not only risks of harassment and abuse, there is also actual harassment and abuse. And for a country like India that now has this wonderful campaign to engage the youth in sport, it will be of utmost importance that you could set up mechanisms that ensure safe sport everywhere in this huge country. It's not just a question of elite sport, although in elite sport, the power structures, of course, create a special environment where abuse can happen, maybe sometimes unpunished. But for a European report, up to 4 in 5 sports participants have reported at least one experience with psychological, physical, or sexual violence in sport, and up to 1 in 5 have reported a contact sexual offense before the age of 18. All this is, of course, very, very difficult to put into figures and numbers because there is a culture of silence and there's probably a dark number, but when we see those numbers, we can see the problem is big enough to deal with. Fortunately, we have many good initiatives from the IOC, from recently from FIFA, from the Council of Europe in my part of the world, but these initiatives do not cover fully the whole massive world of grassroots sport and elite sport. They can only inspire and sometimes also be helpful. Tomorrow, I will present a little more about how this could be, how we can solve this institutionally. But there are other ways of harassing young athletes. I'll show you, no, so the video doesn't play, doesn't matter. This is a video where a young skater is sought on the ice by sinister men in dark hoods who try to attack her, and suddenly a group of soldiers is standing in front of her to protect her. And that video was released by the Russian Ministry of Defense 3 days before the invasion of Ukraine and right during the Beijing Olympic Games. We don't have time to see the video, but the person that they referred to in that video was Kamila Valieva, who at 15 came under huge pressure during the Beijing Olympics. She was a minor then. She was actually too young to participate in the Youth Olympics, but old enough to participate in the Adult Olympics, which is a paradox. She had a doping case, which was of a previous date, revealed just as the Olympic competitions were peaking. The adult sports authorities, they had an internal fight over who was responsible and who was now to take action. WADA, IOC, International Testing Agency, the Russian National Olympic Committee, the Russian Anti-Doping Agency, all these powerful institutions did not really know what to make a decision. So Kamila Valieva ended up in a gigantic limbo where she actually, as many of you have seen, broke down under that pressure. And imagine a child being exposed from that, because there was also political pressure from home, from the Russian government, who said, oh, everybody in the world is against Russia and against Kamila Valieva. She is now our hero. But there was also a time before that performance where she underwent a training regime that is described very similar to that of Nadia Comaneci in the 1970s. Extremely strict and rigid discipline for a child. And we have to ask ourselves, can we only create elite athletes by abusing children? That's the fundamental question. The backdrop of this scandal was not only her training situation, but also the Russian international doping scandal, which you have heard of, many of you, that played out from 2014, and which had its key figure was the chairman of the International Amateur Athletics Federation, Lamine Diack from Senegal, who had a parallel governance system with his sons. He would get information on when athletes had critical doping values. He would then send his sons or allies to the athletes and say, you have a problem with your blood values, but we can help you. And help meant that you paid several €100,000 to that group of criminals, as they proved to be, and then your doping case would disappear. Fortunately, this was one of the cases where the police intervened, and Lamin Diak actually got 4 years in prison. He has now died, but I have to mention him because I think what happened at the IAAF actually surpassed the scandals we have heard about in other organizations, because it was blackmailing the athletes that this man was elected to protect. It has sparked a lot of reforms, but it has not helped much for those two people here, the most courageous people I've ever met in sport, Yulia and Vitali Stepanov. They were the ones who informed the German sports reporter, and you can see at the bottom right, Hans-Joachim Seppelt. They were the ones who made sure that the documentation was available for this blackmailing system, and they had to go into exile in the US, and they lived there without any help from anyone. The IOC helped them for a while, the US ADA has helped them for a while, but today Vitali lives as a driver. They have 2 kids now, but they have no proper civil rights in the US. And said in a side remark, my fear is that if Donald Trump and Putin, when they are not busy fixing the European situation without talking to the Europeans, they may start talking about these people as people that should be brought back to Russia. I hope it will not happen, but they are in a very precarious situation, and I think it sends a signal to everybody in international sport: don't become a whistleblower, hold your silence, it's best for everybody. Now, all this led to these growing calls, and how am I about time now? Yeah, let's see. That's a deal. Okay, because now I'm going to the more constructive side of the matter. We teamed up at Play the Game with a group of athletes, unions, and representatives, athlete committee from the Dutch Olympic Committee, the Finnish Football Players Union, EU athletes, European, because in the European Union, we have some possibility to get funding for projects across professional groups. We also had universities, Utrecht University, Universitat Pompeu Fabra, Swansea University, and Ljubljana University. And together we said we have to know more about mapping athlete representation. We have to find out what is the situation on the ground right now, and what can we do to promote various types of athlete representation. Why? Well, first of all, it should be something obvious that the most important stakeholder in sport had a voice, that they were actually asked for an opinion and could contribute to wise decision making. Because decisions made on consensus between officials and athletes are more sustainable. They can also prevent conflict because the athletes now understand on which basis certain decisions are taken. And it should also reduce the integrity threats, for instance, match fixing or doping, when athletes feel personally responsible for the sport they are practicing and the industry they are part of. I'll not go into that scheme. I'll just say we grouped 3 types of athlete representation. One was the athlete associations. You know, there is something called association freedom in sport. Sometimes sport forget that and do not really want to talk with athlete associations because they do not like unions, but actually all athletes in democratic countries have the right to organize. We have athletes commissions, those who are inside the sports federation system. They can also have a very good consultative function and be important for the way that organization is run. And then we have those who are more activists. We call them advocacy groups. Those who are more saying sport and the environment, or sport for the environment, or sport for peace, or Atletas pelo Brasil, that was on one of the slides before. These groups where athletes say, I'm going to use my good name for good causes, but they are not necessarily speaking on behalf of all athletes. We also identified 3 types of democracy, or we did not identify them. We described them because we did not invent those 3 types. There's the representative democracy, where you have a real mandate, you are accountable. There's participatory, where you say that it's a more collective inclusion of people in the decision making. And then you have the deliberative, where you are more loosely having open dialogues in relevant groups and fora. We also mapped the Olympic federations, the International Olympic Federations, athlete commissions. And we could see that the majority, in the majority, it is the board, the governing board, that has a big influence in how the athletes can be represented. So they handpick athletes, or they handpick candidates for elections. They narrow, let's say, the field of candidates going into the athlete commission. They can also establish criteria for the eligibility of candidates. They can, for instance, say persons must have won so and so many medals, or they must have been in the top 10 of their sport, or whatever. This all means that the representation inside the athletes commission there's room for improvement. We have also seen how many have athlete representatives in the executive body. And as you see, it's about the majority of the federations that actually have athlete representatives. There's a good side and bad side of being on a board. If you are just there as a kind of show-off to say, look, we have athletes, but the athlete representative is not well informed about what's going to happen in the meeting, and so on, it can also become a double-edged sword. But in general, we think in our project that it would be a good idea. What we learned about athlete associations, also sometimes called unions, is that they must provide services to their members to remain relevant. A typical service could be legal advice, that they have people who can help athletes who come in difficult situations. They must strengthen their own legitimacy by they cannot just point fingers and say sport is not democratic. They have to be democratic themselves. They should be able to make collective bargaining on behalf of the athletes. And this is some of the things that in the ears of many international sports leaders really ring badly. Collective bargaining is something they just don't want to have. Athletes commissions should ensure that they actually have a communication regularly with the athletes they represent. It's not easy in an elite sport world where people are traveling worldwide and are very focused on their career, but this is the direction things should take. And as far as possible, these committees should have a formal independence in the statutes of the federation. And they should seek influence also by being represented in subcommittees. Last but not least, the advocacy groups must also ensure that they are actually athletes that speak up for a good cause, and they should try to have a professional setup and limit their goals so they can become more efficient. They can operate via the social media and other channels of influence, and in many countries we have seen they have a very good clout. We encourage all these organizations, these types of athletes also to work together now and then and do not see each other as enemies. Sometimes there are tensions between athlete commissions and unions, for instance. And we have made a checklist that you can go into our brochure, say, if you want to be a good athlete representative, here's a checklist of what you should be able to acquire as skills, also what you can demand from your environment. Yes, and you will have less than 2 minutes, because one of the conclusions that we make when launching the project is athletes are not always right, but they always have rights. You can find more on our webpage and the special website athletepower.eu about this project, Strengthening Athlete Power in Sport. I hope many of you will take it back to your sports environment and can seek some inspiration. And as I told you, we would be very happy to see you from 5th to 8th October in Finland. I would also stress that tomorrow, although Verena Berg has been so fortunate to be put on the program speaking about clearing sport, how to fight corruption, etc. in sport, it is actually, I think, a mistake in the program. Verena has generously left the honor of speaking about that to me. You will be there. That's good. Then you can correct me if I don't make a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Anderson.
Thank you so much. Just we have one question. Maybe we could have discussion during the lunch. And just one question, that's all. Anyone have one question? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Jens, for your presentation and the insights, let me say. You talked about the abuse and harassment of athletes, and we have actually in Germany a case also in gymnastics, and there were affected a lot of female athletes. The problem was that now a lot of athletes come with their story, but it's in the past now. The question is always, what we have is there were no services, or let me say a center for them during their active time to report about that. Is there any advice from your side how an active athlete in this age in a national team find somebody who hear her voice outside of the federation and the coaches? Thank you.
Thank you for this very good question that sort of advances some proposals I will present tomorrow about a worldwide integrity agency for sport, where one of the primary functions will be a whistleblower reporting mechanisms. It is really not easy for athletes to come forward. And I think many athletes have experienced, if they were exposed to some kind of harassment, they would say, it's probably my fault. Or these people are smarter than me, they know better. And besides, if I complain, I may be not selected for the team. This is what happened for the US gymnasts. So you don't complain. And you may go home to your parents that are ambitious, and they will say, take it easy. It was not that bad, and don't create trouble. You're also so difficult. This is not something I invent. This is something that has been actual responses over the time. So it is difficult. I would encourage that at the national level, there is a reporting mechanism set up, and in a country as big as India, probably more at a state level, at a because with 1.4 billion people, one office could have plenty of work. And we also have to bear in mind that you said some of these cases are old. One thing that surprised me when delving into this matter was hearing that the US Center for Safe Sport says that typically the time lapse between the incident and sharing the knowledge is 35 years. So we have to make that time lapse much shorter. We have to create an environment where athletes know that they can express themselves safely if they experience something unpleasant. And there are actually also possibility to create a sporting culture where you set at the local level, where you set up rules for how adults treat children. So it's not an easy question to answer, and I don't think one single reporting mechanism will solve the problems. I think it's about a cultural change, and we are all here part of that culture, so we can initiate the change wherever we go.
So thanks. Just one question, Rosa.
Thanks, Jens. It's always a pleasure to hear you. I would like your opinion about Youth Olympic Games, because we know athletes are abused because everybody's behind the medals. So what happened with the Youth Olympic Games?
This goes actually beyond what I have researched, so I can just give a very personal opinion. I was very skeptical about the Youth Olympic Games because I could see them as another event where especially authoritarian regimes could put even more pressure, but not only authoritarian regimes, all ambitious sports countries could put additional pressure on young people. But much depends also on the atmosphere in which such an arrangement is carried out. I've been present at one of them in Lillehammer, the Winter Youth Olympics, and there was a quite, let's say, calm atmosphere. It was not the tension of the real Olympics. So I don't have a strong opinion about it. I am generally a little bit skeptical, as you have heard, about pushing young people too much in any sport at any time. I think it would be better to specialize people when they are around, maybe when they start becoming teenagers, 15, 16 years. But the more fun they can have, the more different sports they can try before the age of 15. Reality also often shows that those who are very, very big talents at the age of 11, they drop out. They cannot continue that, but you can have late bloomers, as you could call it, that after 15 years with a broad range of bodily experience can become excellent in one sport, if that is the goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Janie Anderson, for giving us this wonderful and insightful session. We know why sports was all started for the joy, for the life. And as this, the Fit for Life topic for this conference is, we are looking out for life through sports. The joy of being in sports. The reason for what we all join sports. But when there is something in this sense where inappropriate behavior of the coaches or the management or the other colleagues in sports spoils the real essence and the value for what sports is, it scares us. It scares all of us. And we have to be responsible for taking tiny steps in diminishing or bringing down all this inappropriate type of behavior and insults. And why have we all joined into sports is what we have to look forward and make this sporting career of us and for those around very pleasurable. And not every person comes into the sports field to win medals and bring laurels to the country, but actually enjoy the real joy of what sports is providing us on this platter. I thank Sir for bringing us to light such kind of a very sensitive topic, which brings so much more to sports, which we do not look upon. But thank you, Sir, for being here and enlightening us. Thank you, Madam, for giving me this opportunity to sit beside her and sum up this small session. And over to you, Madam.
Thanks, gents. I think this particular session, all the youngsters, they should be, I'm sure they are inspired. And everyone, I think all of those sitting here getting some sort of we talk about medicine of a tip to speak up. I think that's a great platform which you brought in. But I'm sure with the resolution coming in here, we should bring it up. And I was with the Dr. Larry, US gymnast. I think we should go through the videos, each of the stories. You can't stand the videos which these children encountered. And it was a gold medal producing factory. I think in all this case, parents only look forward to the medals, to the glamour. So they hand over the child to a coach without realizing what it is. So I think in this case, as rightly pointed out, and in every aspects. But I was with gents in earlier situations. But I think the most important is it's not easy to speak up. A fear of the society, fear of where it should be. But that courage, those who happen to face the courage are the first person, we don't know what's going to happen to them. And everybody may not be able to live in exile or things like that. So I think, but this, we should start a move where I think we're starting with the girls. I think with the girl child in the school, making them, speak up and that kind of an atmosphere. I think this should be brought in a resolution which we have. So we are going to come up with a resolution from the conference, which can start in a very small level. And we also have the UNESCO ma'am from here coming in. So we can think of that. How do we start incorporating this at the school level from children? Because if they are the ones, because as you grow up, that fear tends to increase. But I think it's great, the abuse and the corruption which comes in. But I'm sure you have taken up a great project for Erasmus. I think India should be taking up too. But as I said, it's a sensitive topic. But India, I'll tell you, in terms of the each of where we have a ICC, a unit in every section, and a minister, especially for sport. Even they have the right of straight away talking up with them. So there are things which are being brought up. So I think in India, it's been a great job, especially with the women and child, the ministry taking up great initiative. And the sports ministry is very particular, especially the field of sport, that any untoward or anything which is brought to the notice to be handled immediately. So thank you so much for opening up this such a wonderful thing, which is often done by journalists. But I think here you're not standing as a journalist. You're standing one among us as a delegate. And then you are pushing us all ahead, and we all are going to embrace this and bring up the Sana resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, sir, for such a thought-provoking and interesting session. We'd like to take a moment to appreciate and show gratitude to sir, and we'd like to present the traditional Lingyanfi and
Because when I was in Trivandrum last time, I just wanted gents to come over for the conference there, but then it wasn't made possible. I'm so happy that finally he made it to India. So thank you so much, gents, for taking out the time, because play the game. Please go through the videos and you find out what all they're doing. A person who seems to be very humble, but it's a great work with even with IOC, others are looking forward to.
thank you so much. We'll present the Lingyanvi, the traditional scarf woven in Manipur, and also a miniature of the sangai, which is an endangered species and found only in Manipur in the Kaibul Lamjau National Park, which is a floating island. Floating National Park. Thank you so much, sir. Also, I would request Dr. Premanan to kindly present a token of gratitude to the chairperson, Professor Usha as Nair, madam, and the co-chair of the session, Captain Dr. Braganza. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break off for lunch, which is across the auditorium. And for the invited speakers, the lunch has been arranged at the top floor, the upstairs. And I request everyone to kindly be present before 2:30, because we're having one more interesting session in the post-lunch. Thank you so much. Enjoy your meal.
Now, I would like to invite the chairperson for this session, Professor Rosa Lopez de Amico from Universidad Pedagógica Experimental Libertador Maraque, Venezuela. A brief introduction: coordinator of Research Center, Eduficidad, expertise in physical education, sports policy, gender and sports management, Gold Medal of Honor, ICHPER, Honorary Member, World Association for Sports Management, Honorary Life Member, IAP, ESGW, President, ISCPS, President, IAP, ESGW, Founder and President, Latin American Sports Management Association, Treasurer, World Association for Sports Management, Expert Consultant, Venezuelan Ministry of Education, Reviewer, UNESCO Quality Physical Education Project, Advisory Council member, Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León, Mexico, and she has published 40 plus books, 78 plus research papers. Ma'am, I welcome you. I would also like to welcome the co-chairperson, Dr. Ajit Gopi, Assistant Professor in Physical Education, Don Bosco College of Goa. I welcome you, sir. Our esteemed speaker, Dr. Verena Burke, is our speaker for this session. A brief introduction of ma'am: studies and scientific career, 1988-95, studies in sports science, German linguistics and literature at the University of Darmstadt, 96 and 98, doctorate scholarship, 2002, conferral of a doctorate. Her professional career, from 98 to 99, scientific academic assistant at the Institute of Sports Science, University of Darmstadt, 99 to 2002, scientific academic assistant at the Institute of Sports Science, University of Tübingen, 2003, senior lecturer at the Institute of Sports Science, University of Tübingen, Sports Media and Communication, 2000 and 2019 awards, the Teaching Award of Eberhard Karls University, Tübingen, and Ars Legendi Faculty Award for Excellence in Teaching Sports Science. And she'll be speaking on shaping the future FISU's educational activities for students and student athletes. Ma'am, I welcome you.
So good afternoon to everybody. I'm happy that some of you came back from the lunch and some of you are not in the hall too, because we have now parallel sessions. So I'm happy to welcome you to my presentation today. You saw a description of my academic career, but I'm not here because of my academic career. I'm here because I represent an organization maybe you do not know. It's the International University Sport Federation, FISU. And I'm the vice president. I have had several functions in that in this federation. I started as a student in that federation, and maybe this is important because I see here in the back, as usual, students. And I would like to address you personally because this presentation is for you today, because I would like to explain you FISU's educational activities for students and for student athletes. So when we talk about preparing young people for their professional future, it's always schools, universities, or study programs are in the focus and in the best way to gain knowledge, to develop skills, and to grow as a person. In addition to educational institutions, there are other stakeholders who can contribute to the education of young people and in particular positively influence their commitment to sport and their lifestyle and make a significant contribution to their personal development. In this context, I talk about the international sport federations, and they can play a key role in this through their sport competitions. You all know that international sport federations organize the sport competitions, but above all through their educational programs. And therefore, in the following minutes, I would like to talk about the educational activities of the International University Sport Federation, FISU, for students and student athletes. So I divided my presentation into 3 parts. First of all, I would like to introduce you FISU, because I think not everybody in this room knows FISU. Maybe you know FIFA and FISA, but maybe not FISU. So I would like to give you a brief introduction and overview. Then I would like to continue with some examples, some, in my opinion, successful examples for educational activities of FISU for student and student athletes. And I will end with a conclusion. So let us start with the introduction to FISU. So FISU is founded in 1949, and it's the umbrella organization for university, international university and college sport. FISU and its headquarters is based in Lausanne, Switzerland, as the IOC and a lot of other international federations are based. And in total, FISU has around 50 staff members and consultants. This is not much when you compare it, for example, with the IOC. It's a lot when you compare it with other international sport federations. They work in different departments, and we have also a department for education, and the Department of Education has 4 staff members. So it's not a small department. Since 1961, FISU is recognized by the IOC, and FISU has currently 165 members. These are the National University Sport Federations. And FISU also cooperates with 5 continental university sport federations. Their presidents also have a seat in our executive board, alongside with 23 elected members. FISU cooperates with more than 60 international sport federations, normally regarding their sport competitions, but also with other international organizations like WADA, like UNESCO, World Health Organization, or IXPE. We heard about it today, the International Council for Sports Science and Physical Education. FISU is the right holder of different events, and maybe one of the events you know, these are the World University Games Summer and Winter. We changed the name. Before it was the Summer Universiade and the Winter Universiade. Now it's the World University Games Summer and Winter, and this is the biggest multi-sport events after the Olympic Games in number of sport, but also in number of participants. We have also in the sport, which are not included in the World University Games, we have also World University Championships, and we have the University World Cup in basketball and football. And FISU developed a lot of activities to sport and universities and for their members. And a special focus here is on activities for student athletes and other students at universities. So this special focus on students and student athletes in general becomes mainly clear when we take a look at the FISU vision and mission as an organization. The vision of FISU provides a clear guide for the organization's current and future course of action to achieve its main goal and strategic direction. FISO has a long-term view of what it wants to achieve, and the vision is a world where the leaders of society are positively influenced by their university sport experience. The mission sets out the fundamental purpose of FISO. The mission states why FISO exists, what it does to achieve its vision, and the outcome of keeping the organizational focus on the benefits of students participating in sport. The mission of FISO is to provide opportunity for all students to participate in physical activity while acting for the health and well-being of students and thereby helping them to become tomorrow's leaders. So to reach this goal, FISO offers opportunities and inspiration to students around the world to play sport. The health and the well-being and experience that today's students gain from sport help them, in our opinion, to become tomorrow's leaders. FISO is focused on organizing sport events which promote the pursuit of excellence in mind and body. So, and beside of the sporting events, we organize in FISO specific educational offers and programs. And now I would like to present some of them I selected. We have more, so if you're interested in all FISO educational activities, you can go to the FISO website. But I selected the one who are focused on students and student athletes and which are, in my opinion, are successful. The first is the FISO World Forum. So every 2 years, since a long time, since 1992, we organize this special event. It's a 5-day event. More than 60 countries with more than 200 participants attend this event. And it's really dedicated to students, also for delegates from our membership, the National University Sport Federations or the Continental University Sport Federations. We have always participants from international organization and from the FISO family. And it's a mix of keynote speeches. We have a lot of workshops. We have seminars. We practice sport together. We have a cultural program. We have a fair and a students project. So the fair, it's really a fair where every delegation, every country represent themselves with food, with drinks, with clothes, with cultural activities, with dance, with songs, and so on. And the student project competition, it's a competition where it's inside of the FISO World Forum, and their international teams compete against each other in some specific topics. It could be democracy, it could be inclusion, it could be sustainability. And then at the last day, there's a jury and they present all these outcomes of their project work in front of the audience. And that you become a little bit more an idea what the FISO Forum is. I have for you a short video from the last FISO Forum 2024 in Zagreb, Croatia, and I hope it will work. So in 2 years, the next FISU World Forum will be in Sweden, in Östersund. So what are the experiences for the students who participate in this World Forum? First of all, it's often the first contact with FISU as an organization. So it's not complicated to get in contact with all the people working for FISU, with the members of the executive committee, with the FISU president. So it's really the first step to get to know FISU and the people inside of FISU. It's really a room and a platform to exchange ideas. It's a discussion platform. The students and the officials are equal. We have equal numbers of students and officials. We have normally equal numbers of women and men. So it's really a platform to exchange ideas about international university sport movement. You learn about projects. You learn about best practices that you can implement in your own country or at your own university. And the students gain knowledge and they expand their skills. For example, self-confidence, teamwork, leadership skills, and communication skills. For us, it's important that the students' voices are heard. That means it's important for FISU, and this is why we created this kind of forum, that they do not feel that decisions are dictated from above, rather than their perspective is important and they can actively contribute to all in this federation. A second event what we have is the FISU Volunteers Leaders Academy. It's a 3 days every year online meeting now. After Corona, we continue with online. And it's the main educational event for the FISU Student Ambassador Program, and I will explain it later. So the Volunteers Leaders Academy provides future leaders a series of lectures, a series of seminars on international university sport, of course, but also about project management and let me see, leader management, volunteers leaders management. Networking among the participants is also important, and for that there is a community created during that online event. And that means when they come to the second stage, the Student Ambassador Program, everybody knows each other. So after the Volunteers Leaders Academy, all the students who took part are appointed as FISU student ambassadors. So FISU has around now 600, 700 student ambassadors around the world from 140 countries who contributed to the development or promotion of university sport in their country or in their continent, and also promote FISU and its activities. So what they are doing, they create individual action plans, then they plan that together, the actions together with their National University Sport Federation, because the National University Sport Federation support the FISU ambassador to implement the project. This is really important because we do not want to have only projects in theory. We would like to implement the project. That means every year when we have these ambassador program, more than 100 projects are implemented on a local, regional, or national level. So to do that, to achieve that, the FISU ambassadors are going through a specific roadmap, and you can see it here on the left side. You can see its roadmap included webinars, educational seminars about sustainability or inclusion, for example. Then the FISO ambassadors have to present their action plan and the implementation of the measures. And yeah, it's all also reported on an Instagram channel you can see on the right side. So that means all the young people represent or present their work online on social media, and this channel also strengthens the community building and the dialogue inside of the FISO family and between the FISO ambassadors. What do the participants of the FISO ambassadors take away? The best illustrate is by a quote from a former participant. Serving as a FISO student ambassadors have been a priceless experience. It has boosted my confidence, especially in using social media after helpful training. The most empowering part has been finding my voice and contributing to decision making. Advocating for causes I care about and knowing I can make a difference has been extremely rewarding. Overall, this role has been a remarkable personal and professional growth opportunity. I'm grateful to have represented the student voice in a global stage and inspired positive change. My journey aims to motivate others to get involved in university sport leadership. So often when somebody was a FISO ambassador, he's still connected with FISO as an ambassador, or for example, during our mentoring program. We launched a mentoring program in 23 as a pilot, in a pilot phase. And now we had last year the first edition of this mentoring program. We call it Springboard program. And in 24, we had a total of 21 mentor-mentee pairs. And we started in January this year the second edition. And we have also here over 20 pairs. So students are matched with their mentors, and these pairs or duos regularly online, meet regularly online throughout the year. So it's a one-year project. And the mentor supports the mentee in their personal growth, development, and offers career guidance. So we also make some evaluation of the program. You can see on the right side the benefits the mentors mentioned about this mentorship program. For example, the reflection on professional and personal development, but also the opportunities to, for exchange with other participants, other mentors in the program, and gaining new impulses and perspectives from the students. And from the student side, from the mentee side, it's the personal growth and development, it's regular feedback. They have now then after that a great network. So when you have one mentor after these mentoring programs, you have more than one mentor you can ask. It develop the skills, the personal and social skills, and we all find that the self-confidence and the self-assessment is improving. And also here I have a quote from participants. She said, "The Springboard program has greatly boosted my confidence and provided invaluable guidance for my career path. I strongly recommend it to others seeking insights and personal growth through the mentorship of inspiring life coaches." So beside of that, we also try to help the elite student athletes. So we are also engaged in dual career activities. I know that in a lot of countries, for example, in the UK, the dual career programs is well developed with TAS, for example. In other countries like Australia or the United States, it's also developed. But a lot of countries do not have one single program, and try to develop and establish a program at a university or on a national level. And this is why we try to help in the dual career as we can do as an international federation. So dual career is one of our 8 strategic focus areas in our global strategy. So this is a very important signal when this is so prominent as an area in our strategy. So what we are doing is we have regular dual career webinars and on-site seminars where experts show their best practices, academia show scientific results, but also the athletes by itself share their experiences. And often their experiences is a long story of problems. So we also try to include the dual career topic to all our educational events. For example, we have every 2 years a big world conference alongside our FISU World University Games. So also dual career is always a topic in that. We communicate this topic via our channels. That means we have on the FISU website a lot of stories, videos about athletes. They are at the same time a student and elite athletes. We conduct dual career surveys, international surveys, and we also publish some papers from them. And we have a new project. It's a dual career toolkit, which we developed in the education committee. And this is a toolkit which is divided in 3 different sections, because these are the main stakeholders. It's divided in the section for student athletes, it's divided in the section of National University Sport Federation, and in the section for universities. And in these 3 sections, we offer a lot of information, checklists and tips about support services, about best practices, documents, literature, and so on. So if a university would like to establish or launch a dual career program, they can inform about the support services which are possible from the side of a university. But also when we talk about the National University Sport Federation, they also can provide support. And not only the student athletes have some benefits from these kind of programs, also the university and the National University Sport Federation can use these programs and have benefits. So another one, and this is my last example. It's the so-called Young Reporters Program. Since 2011, FISU is running that program, and a program that shows FISU's commitment to more than sport competitions, let me say. So at every FISU World University Games, a group of talented, aspiring sport journalists are chosen to cover the games for 12 days. And it's a journalism education program who provide these young journalists unique training experience during the World University Games. And they also receive, let me say, a lecture series in the morning, and in the afternoons they go to the venues and report about these these events, the competition. So we have an international group of 12 international students from all continents, and we have a national group of the host country of the World University Games. So in total, we have 24 young journalists, and it's a really successful program. And after this program, a lot of them work as freelancers for FISU. Then they are the reporters from their countries. So these were my examples for the educational activities of FISU. So to conclude it, what we learn or what we learned from FISU side, sport organizations are in a position to contribute to the education and development of young people and young leaders. It's not only universities, not only schools. So every sport organization can be a part of that. For us, it was necessary to understand that we have to offer educational programs for different target groups. That means an elite student athlete, it's different from a normal student athlete or normal student, and somebody who is a journalism student is different from others. It's a financial invest, not only, it's also personal invest, but also financial invest, but it pays off. As I said, we have 4 people dedicated only for educational activities, and we invest a lot of money for that. And it's not easy always in the executive committee to argue why we should invest more, but I'm always saying we invest in the future. And of course, and this is also important for FISU, the values and the message of FISU is spread out, and you can hear it worldwide from student athletes and students who attended the FISU educational activities. So I'm at the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Virina. Very interesting. I wonder whether we have questions from the floor. Not everybody at the same time, please. Okay. So any question, any comment? Don't you find FISU interesting? Yes. Clear.
Yes, I would like to know the relationship between your organization FISU and IOC, the Iowa, the International Olympic Academy, because they run programs that look alike, and it's nice not to do the same thing alone, but to have joint forces. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, for your question. Of course, we also cooperate with the International Olympic Academy. We often also attend, let me say, events, and also we invited the president of the IOA to the games, for example. So we think we do similar things, but it's not the same. We are not the IOC, we are not the Olympic Games, and we have a special focus on the students. And this is really, really important for us to offer these for the students in this direction. So we know that a lot of organizations offer more programs for athletes. So we are focusing also on normal students in the university sport, because not everybody is an elite athlete.
Thank you, Virina. One more question. We have room for one more question. Yes, please, Fran.
This is exactly what we always have the problem of the term. So when I talk about dual career, it's clear in Europe what we mean. But for example, when I come to Argentina, they do not have the same term. We address the athletes in our main events because we organize student sport events. That means when somebody would like to compete in FISO events, they have to be a student. And we have an age limit between 17 and 25. So that means they are at the same time an athlete, and often an elite athlete, and a student. Because in a lot of countries, you do not earn enough money, you have enough for your whole life, let me say. When you are a football player in Germany, you do not have to go to university. But when you are, for example, Olympic champion in fencing or in weightlifting, you have to plan your career after your sport career. So that means a lot of people, a lot of athletes go to university and they do it in parallel. That means they are students and at the same time they're elite athletes. And this creates problems because, you know, you have training sessions, you have training camps, you have competitions. In winter sport, they can't study in winter. In a summer sport, you can't study in summer. So, and this is the program helps with support services to combine both. As I said, we have members in FISO, they do not have any dual career program at all. It doesn't exist in these countries. And on the other hand, we have countries, and I come back again to United Kingdom, they have a special organization taking care about these problems. And these organizations work together with all the universities in Great Britain and help them that the students can, maybe in a little bit longer, but they can do both. They can compete and practice their sport, and they have studies and successful studies. And this is, we are really happy with Australia and UK, but of course, and this is why we try now to help really national university sport federations, but also universities make a first step. You can't be so advanced the UK is, but you can slowly do steps that, for example, the staff at the university understand the problems they have. This is the first step, in my opinion, the understanding.
Thank you very much, Virina. I also believe that there are some countries that they might have their own rules to support the athletes as well. So very, very interesting. And for those who were not familiar with FISU, well, it will be quite interesting if you visit the webpage, but also get to know your university organization in your country, because sometimes we don't know the national sports university organization in the country. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you.
you.
I pass it to Ajit, my co-chair.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I request the moderator to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for a lovely and innovative session. And I now request Professor Walter Ho from Japan to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Virena. A Langyan. And a Sangai. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call upon Dr. N. Debalachanu, Assistant Professor, NSU, to present a token of appreciation to our chairperson, Professor Rosa Lopez D'Amico. Ma'am, please. and also to Dr. Ajit Gopi. Thank you all once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a very interesting session, which is a major highlight of the day, which is a panel discussion on the topic Bridging Physical Education and Sports Science, Perspectives for Innovation and Collaboration. And for that, may I invite on stage Professor Naoki Suzuki, who holds a PhD in education, specializing in physical education assessment, chairman of International Organization of Technology, educator and innovative researcher, vice president of International Organization for Health, Sports and Kinesiology, and director at International Alliance for Health and Physical Education, Dance and Sport, winner of multiple international awards for outstanding contributions to physical education. He has authored over 44 books and 134 research papers in physical education and sports science, and has presented in 414 international conferences and has led key research initiatives in game-based learning. So I request Sir to kindly take his seat and I request Sir to also take the role of the panel chair for this session. Thank you, Sir. Next, may I have the privilege to invite on stage Mr. Takashi Fukushima. He holds a master's degree in sports and exercise science from the Technical University of Munich, a PhD student at the Technical University of Munich on performance analysis and sports informatics, involving many projects related to the area. His main work is to develop the application as he was working as a software engineer in the past. He researches on athletic performance analysis under pause estimation. His aim is to develop cost-effective and educationally, practitionally helpful augmented reality, virtual reality, and metaverse applications for students and athletes. A huge round of applause for Sir. Next, may I invite on stage Dr. Jun Young Cho, who is working as an academic research professor in the Chungyan University, Korea. Sir is a PhD in sports sociology. Research and publications, Sir has 23 plus research papers in sports science, leisure studies, and AI in sports. Topics include sports technology, physical activity, and health behavior. His notable work on AI-based volleyball motion recognition, expertise and contributions include sports sociology and technology integration, AI-driven performance analysis, leisure and preventive health behaviors. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the panel discussion, and may I hand it over to Professor Suzuki. Thank you.
precision needed for effect.
Main display. Okay, hello everyone. Oh, yes. My name is Naoki Suzuki. Yes, I will use slide. Okay. After that, so I will show QR code again. So welcome to this symposium. So this symposium is bridging physical education and sports science. The subtitles are so perspectives for the innovation and the collaboration. So I'm Naoki Suzuki from Tokyo Gakuin University. In this session, we will explore how the integration of the innovative technologies is transforming both physical education and sports science. We aim to provide new insights and opportunities for collaboration to enhance learning and performance. Okay, so now these four presentations, so we'll proceed one after another. If you have any question, so during the presentation, please access slide. So by capturing the QR code on the screen, we encourage you to submit your questions through a slide. So after all four presentations, we will dedicate around 10 minutes to a Q&A session to address your questions and deepen the discussion. So please scan the QR code now to join the session and participate. We look forward to your active participation and engagement. Let's begin with our first presentation. Oh, no. I need to the explanation. Oh, I don't know why. Okay. So let me introduce today's presenters. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished presenters for today's symposium. Our first speaker is Dr. Jong Hyun Cho. I'm so sorry. I am Japanese. He is Korean. So yeah, Korean name is very difficult for Japanese people. So sorry. From Chungan University in Korea. Dr. Cho specializes in developing deep learning based tools for variable movement evaluation. So his research focuses on how AI can be used to improve biomechanics and movement analysis in sport, offering insights into new methodologies that can enhance both training and performance assessment. Next, we have Mr. Takashi Fukushima from the Technical University of Munich and Tokyo Gakuin University in Japan. His research is centered on motion capture technologies in sports education. Today, he will provide a comparison between the marker-based and the markerless motion capture systems, discussing their advantage and limitations, as well as their practical applications in physical education and sports science. Finally, so I am yes yeah I will be the presenting so on how we are using the virtual reality and artificial intelligence to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in physical education. I will introduce case studies involving the metaverse-based dance activities and AI-powered self-assessment systems, highlighting their impact on fostering inclusive and personalized learning experiences. If so, I have time, so I'm gonna introduce actual AI reflection card, so you can use it here. So we are also scheduled to have Dr. Tommy from the National Institute of Education in Singapore, who was going to present on practical examples of improving feedback through human pose estimation. Unfortunately, so he could not join us in person today. However, we have a pre-recorded presentation from him, which we will now play for you. His talk focuses on how AI-driven, so human pose estimation, can enhance movement analysis and provide more effective feedback for teacher training in physical education. Now let's watch his presentation. Then we will have a presentation for you.
Hello, everyone. Warm greetings from Singapore. My name is Tommy Ng, and I'm a lecturer and researcher at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University. Today, I'm excited to discuss some pressing challenges in physical education and how technology can provide innovative solutions. The question we want to ask is, what are some of the enduring challenges that teachers and students face in the teaching and learning of physical education? It is reasonable to assume that not all PE teachers are equally skilled in demonstrating the motor skill that they are teaching. When a teacher provides incorrect demonstration, students may miss essential visual cues that characterize the movements. This gap in understanding can lead to the development of suboptimal movement patterns, ultimately impacting students' physical abilities and confidence. A second significant issue pertains to class size. In Singapore, primary school classes often comprise 30 to 40 students. When a PE teacher demonstrates a skill from the front, students' view can be obstructed by those standing or seated in front of them, as illustrated in the image. This obstruction deprives students of crucial visual information, which can hinder their perception and result in the development of non-proficient movement patterns. A third issue relates to assessment methods. After demonstrating a skill, PE teachers often circulate the classroom to evaluate students' performance through subjective observation, commonly referred to as eyeballing. This method provides only a rough estimate of overall group performance, lacking the precision needed for effective feedback. Here, I have outlined 3 core challenges in the teaching and learning of PE in Singapore. They are, first, inadequate demonstration of motor skills. Second, obstructed views during demonstration. And lastly, subjective assessment of motor performance. To address these challenges, I propose utilizing human pose estimation as an effective technology-based solution. Let's watch a brief video to illustrate this concept.
Pose estimation works. Neural network analyzes video and detects 3-dimensional coordinates of a number of joints on the human body. For each moment, the AI can take into account the data from past, present, and future video frames in order to make more accurate prediction of the current pose of the person. Once the neural network is trained to detect certain types of movements, it can identify and analyze them. The technology could be applied in healthcare, construction, education, and for example, AI can inspect recorded fitness exercises and highlight users' mistakes.
The application records the user performing an exercise and sends the video to the cloud. Then, the video is split into individual frames. Video is analyzed to indicate the end of the exercise. Then a trained neural network is run to extract the position of the key points on the human body that will form a virtual skeleton. The virtual skeleton is checked through geometry-based rules, and the mistakes in the exercise are pinpointed. The AI fitness coach sends its recommendations and best wishes back to the user.
3D human pose estimation technology may be applied by our team in your own product. Pose estimation.
Human pose estimation is an advanced computer vision technology that detects and analyzes human pose during movement. At the core of this system is a skeleton-based model, SBM, which accurately maps the 3D anatomical locations of human joints, allowing for in-depth analysis of movement. As demonstrated in the video, human pose estimation involves skeleton-based model, one for the trainer and one for the apprentice. In our research, we refer to the trainer's model as the criterion and the apprentice model as the executed. These models are processed through a human pose estimation algorithm, which matches them frame by frame throughout the movement. At the end of this computation, a similarity score is generated, indicating how closely the executed movement aligns with the criterion. In our research, we recorded the overarm throwing movement of 25 student teachers and assessed them offline using the Colvin et al. 2000 checklist. For those movements deemed proficient, we compiled the video to create a group mean criterion video of the overarm throwing action, which was then iPads. This approach effectively addresses the three problems in PE as follows. In a class of 30 students, each pair is assigned an iPad. Teacher's demonstration, students can enhance their understanding by viewing the embedded criterion video, which can be replayed multiple times and in slow motion. This solution mitigates the issue of inadequate teacher demonstration and obstructed views during demonstration. After viewing the criterion video, one student executes the movement while the other records it. Once recorded, the student clicks and processed through the human estimation algorithm as the executed video. Within the algorithm, the criterion and executed videos are transformed into skeletal-based models. These models are compared frame by frame throughout the entire movement, which typically lasts around 3 seconds. This detailed analysis allows for evaluation of the students' movements. At the end of the computation, a similarity is generated, accompanied by 3 most significant deviations from the criterion. This feedback is invaluable for both teachers and students. While we have focused on the students' iPads, the teacher also has an iPad that consolidates the similarity scores for all students. By selecting View Video, the teacher can examine individual student movements, providing targeted feedback for improvement. Additionally, the teacher can gain an overview of class performance through a pie chart, as shown here. This comprehensive approach effectively addresses the subjective nature of motor performance assessments. The benefit of this technology-based solution are manifold. It first supplements teachers' demonstration of motor skills. It enhances students' view of the demonstrations. It facilitates monitoring and assessment of performance. And it also facilitates teachers' decision-making processes related to pedagogical strategies. In this short presentation, I have outlined three enduring in physical education. One, inadequate demonstration of motor skills, limited of demonstration, subjective evaluation. To address these issues, I have proposed a technology-enabled solution utilizing human pose estimation. This approach enables students to access clear criterion demonstration on digital devices, ensures unobstructed view while working in pairs, and offers quantifiable assessment of motor performance. I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I would also like to acknowledge the work of my teammates as shown here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if you have any question, please put your comment and question on the slide. So next, we have Dr. Cho's presentation. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you for great introduce Dr. Naoki, and I don't Uswa care about our. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for. So I arrived maybe 30 minutes ago because my plane delayed 2 times, so my mind is confusing and chaos. Please carefully listen to me, okay? So my study is just introduce the Korean case. So please enjoy that. So main title is develop of deep learning based tool of executive movement analysis and specific application. So what now we watching two movies. First is left movie. It's maybe 1980s pro volleyball. This is pro volleyball, and this is Korean team anyway. It's, which is more powerful and more funny? Of course, right. But why is the same volleyball? Because I think sports science technology grow of our sports skill and our sports technique, right? So we are more enjoyed than sports. So now I case my study. First time we are studying the sports science is a movement. We're using the setting the control point framework in the main space in the point. After that, we're using the foot rest in the scale, and we put in the suspect electronic mode. So we point to that, and we a lot of bodies point to that. After that, we get our data. So I will data analysis. At the time, we also research is very hard because we a lot of have setting, and we don't have a machine, so we don't have a good technique. So, but anyway, this technology using the sports. So at the time, we are how can the spike is better than motions? So we are find that this analysis. So for example, enjoy angle is maybe 90 degree is better than? We don't know. But anyway, we choose, we collect data, and maybe what is the angle is successful. So we are getting. So we are recommend, if you spike, arm angle is maybe 19 degrees better than motion, and your foot and your knee, anyway, we are at the data, we advise an athlete or student, right? But this technique, this analysis is maybe using the teachers is anyway different research. Maybe I think better than 90 degree, but another teacher is another coach is not good. I think maybe 91 or 92 is better than, and it's a different athlete is a different research. So now I will introduce the Korea case. In the Korea studies, study platform is changed because maybe left picture is almost 40 or 50 years our student. But at the time, we using the just pencil or just the note. So teacher says king. We say that. Yeah. We must listen to teachers. But now we are using a lot of technical skill. So using the tab or notebook or technical whiteboard anyway. So maybe coaching or teachers long sentence, long teaching, students is asked them, oh, teacher is wrong. So I find that, or it is not good. So we have to more collect data, is a more collect analysis. So, but and physical education is environment change the same too. When I think about maybe 5 or 6 years ago, physical education using the body. So maybe I think I don't using the maybe tab or tablet or notebook, and I don't using the technology, but we are changing the platform. So we are changing the VR or metaverse system. So we are using the PE class. So we are application in this system. So I think this is metaverse system or virtual system. Just we are experience. Maybe when I play volleyball, metaverse is I will experience, and the VR system is experience, right? But not period. But I think about that. But PE, physical education, is needed to feedback, right? So I don't have feedback. It's not education. Just enjoy playing. So how can I get the feedback? So I will using the AI. So AI anyway using the 1950 first starting, but at the time we don't have skill or some personal professional people using the AI. But now we are in popular is the AI system. So anybody using this system, and the sports is the same using this system. Using the AI, we are categorize the sports type, and some badminton skill and the badminton throw. What is the badminton throw? Maybe swing or hairpin or receive is kind of specific difficult, different. Is using the AI. So anyway, I using the AI and the system. How can using the volleyball at the time? How can I give a feedback? So anyway, I using the CNN and neural network. It is not my personal peer, not professional peer. It's I using the by our teamwork. Yeah. So I know just few knowledge, few. So I say to you. Anyway, we're using the CNN motion, CNN analysis. At the time, we are not finishing my research. We are continuous, but now it's call me introduce our in Korea case. So I will research the just receive research. So are we gonna receive the collect data? After then, we supply the collect data is move data. After that, select the picture. So we are this data is analysis is CNA, and so get out that data. So same to maybe our method. In the first time, this is a body crept and skeleton white and skeleton image is the same. First time we take a move after I save the pictures, and then this is at the time, and then next time we are just skeleton. Skeleton point is white background. At the time we are together is the same. We are first motion is the same skeleton point is we are together. So after that, just this is a front picture. It's anyway we are using the ensemble model. So ensemble model is first time we are choosing the similar image. This is receive. This is toss. This is receive, and this is and spike. We are same to image choosing the image. After then we are choose some standard point. After then we are find the research. So anyway, ensemble model is better than single model. So we are front or side is background the more than ensemble model. After then, maybe our list toast we are pointed a lot of point in the we are focus group interview is our which one is our getting the data. So we are a lot of meetings. We are pointing the one name is 1 is 22. So this. Okay, thank you. Then my final picture. And the next step, yeah, my finally research is we are moving the same time. I will get the same feedback data. It's based the AI getting the data, standard getting the data. So like maybe 1 year after 2 years ago, using the TIS system, maybe. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Takashi Fukushima. Thank you for the kind introduction from Dr. Naoki Suzuki. I'm a PhD student and at the same time research assistant at Tokyo Gakuin University. So I'm a half scientist and half software engineer. So thank you. And I will talk about more details about technologies, like what to use and how you can use. Okay, the topics. Motion capture, performance analysis, and I will talk about the framework afterwards. And motion capture, traditional motion capture system, we call this marker-based motion capture system. You can imagine like Hollywood movie making videos, actors putting a lot of markers on the body, and there are a lot of a bunch of cameras around, and the green background, they make a CG or a great movies there, and we use that kind of technology in the performance analysis or kinematic analysis as well. We call this the traditional a motion capture system. The problem is time consuming, right? I put markers on his body, and in total it's 40 markers. It takes like 30, 40 minutes. And thinking about like having like 5 subjects in a day, that's like a whole day experiment, right? It's very time consuming, right? And it's costly. It's expensive, as you can imagine. You have to prepare a lot of cameras, expensive cameras, and also you have to know the professional. Like you have to know like where to place the markers, how to calibrate the cameras, how to use the software. It's all complicated, and also you have to have a laboratory environment, which is not always the case, right? I'm not a rich man, but like yeah, university maybe has like a laboratory environment if you're lucky, but if not, it's not accessible to everybody. That's a huge problem actually. But the thing is, it's accurate, right? It's very important. It's accurate. So thanks to the recent advancement of computer vision, say like everybody, like all the panelists already mentioned about like a pose estimation model. We call this like a markerless model. Basically, AI can detect human joint locations from the videos and images. The advantage of using it is it's so easy. You just need a video recording, right? So easy. Everybody has a video cameras on the smartphone. That's enough for the pose estimation model, right? And fast, and also like affordable, as I said, and you can do it anywhere. This is very important, right? When you have like a national like a championship game, you cannot place the markers on the body at the first point. But if this is only like a video recording, like you can just record the video anywhere. So you can do the performance analysis. But the question is the accuracy. How accurate is this? I already have some publications tackling on this challenge, like validation study, meaning that this study is to find out the validity, accuracy, reliability of human pose estimation data against the marker-based motion capture system, which is accurate system. As a summary, I would say there is around like a 10 degrees of difference between marker-based motion capture system and the pose estimation model. 10 degrees. What do you think? Is it good? Is it bad? Yeah, depends on the context, right? Actually, yeah. But why we have this like 10 degrees, right? I list some of the reasons why, and one of them is occlusion. So you place a lot of cameras around, but maybe it creates like occlusions, right? So from your side, you don't see like my left hand. That's occlusion. And pose estimation causes like a lot of problems with the occlusion because you don't see it. Because pose estimation, what you see from the videos or images is everything, right? Anything else which is behind or occluded, it's just a guess of the AI side, right? So that decreases the accuracy, and also the trained data set. So this is the AI. So you need a trained data set. So if the AI is not trained with a proper data set, like maybe like AI misestimates the human joint locations, right? However, I also find like something really interesting in my validation studies, which is the systematic difference. As you can see on the plot, it's like elbow joint angles on the left side, and as you can see, there is a systematic difference between like Bicon, which is a marker-based motion capture system, and the open pose, which is one of the AI models of the pose estimation. Why? Why we have systematic difference? We have to know the system of the each system, right? So Bicon or like a marker-based motion capture system, it captures markers, not the joint, right? So at first point, it's already different because like a markerless motion capture system, like pose estimation, it detects the center of the joint at the first site, and then I will explain it later. But like we reconstruct the data in 3D and do the data analysis. But the Bicon at the first point, first site, it's a marker tracking. You cannot place the markers inside the body, right? It gotta be like somewhere on the body, and it's not exactly the center of the joint, which we want, right? All right, so I will go to the next topic, which is the performance analysis. So regarding the performance analysis in the context of the motion capture, we have like two types. One is kinematics and one is dynamics, or we can call it kinetics. What's the difference between kinematics and kinetics? So I don't have time, so like I would just go through. So kinematics basically it's analysis without force, right? So for example, like position, angles, angular velocity or speed, and acceleration, etc. So those are we call this like a kinematics analysis. So we know the position from the pose estimation, and you calculate like joint angles or whatever. All the partners are already explained, and we can do the data analysis or kinematic analysis. On the other hand, dynamics or kinetics, it's with the force. So principle is force equal mass times acceleration, and if you apply this principle into complex formulas, you can do like a dynamic inverse dynamics to estimate the torque or moment of each joint. So that's the difference between kinematics and kinetics. And I will go to the next topic, which is a framework. So how to use the pose estimation? Primarily, there are three ways to use that. So one is single camera, one is single camera plus sensors, and another option is multiple cameras. And I will explain a single camera first. So single camera, primarily what you can do is 2D analysis, because you know when you have like one camera, like what you can like have a position in a pixel unit, right? Only 2D. But like if 2D is enough, just go for 2D. Don't make it complex, right? However, it depends on the AI model. Like you can estimate, you can gain the 3D data, like for example, MetaPipe or like a MetRops model. And I will skip the coordinate system. And another option, which is a single camera plus sensor. Sensor, we primarily have two types of sensors. One is stereo camera, and another one is time of flight. So stereo camera, as it says, there are like two cameras in one unit of the hardware, and you can detect the depths from the camera to the object, and you can reconstruct the data in 3D. Right. And time of flight, if you have an iPhone 16 Pro or 15 Pro, you already have it. So basically, it sends or emits the light and calculate the time returning back the light. Then they know the camera and object distance. And then you can calculate the data in 3D. And also, this is like not exactly the sensor, but also like you can use AR core. We call this like a SRAM algorithm, simultaneous localization and mapping algorithm. You can scan the environment, and you can know the environment and the distance between the camera and the object. Oh, okay. Sorry. 30 seconds. And multiple cameras, as you can see, as I explained already, like you can have like multiple views, and you have data in 3D. Oh. Yes, you have to calibrate the camera first, then, oops. And the singular value decomposition, which is like a magic function to find a point in 3D. So those two steps you need when you do the multiple cameras data gaining. Pros and cons, obviously multiple cameras are more expensive, time consuming. However, single camera is cheaper and faster and less accurate maybe. But depends on the context and the analysis that you want, right? And just remember, like I'm also an engineer, and I do like a lot of like app developing, and yeah, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
So last presenter is me. Okay. Oh. Okay. My presentation topic is today that I am focusing on virtual reality and no metaverse and AI. And I would like to tell you that so my this my presentation background. So following the we will not now focus on how virtual reality based metaverse activities and AI powered feedback system can promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in physical education. So in the context of the Society 5, Society 5 is proposed by the Japan. So promoting the diversity, equity, and inclusion in physical education is essential for student development and building a more inclusive society. To ensure DEI, it is crucial to provide inclusive experiences where all students, regardless of their abilities or backgrounds, feel welcome and so empowered to participate. So technology, especially the virtual reality and artificial intelligence, plays a transformative role in achieving DEI. These tools help create environments that encourage empathy, mutual understanding, and personal growth, and enabling all students to learn and thrive together. So in this project, so we introduced a virtual reality-based dance class where students participated as avatar in the metaverse. The class involved 9 high school students from Tokyo and Shizuoka, approximately 180 kilometers apart, who danced together in real time. So each class lasted 30 minutes and focused on so rhythm dance activities. Students wore VR headsets and stood in a marked position. Their physical movements were captured by the camera and reflected in their avatars, which were positioned in a circle. So the avatars were identical in shape, but differs in color for easy identification. This setup encourages physical interaction and collaboration without verbal communication, making it inclusive for both able bodies and disabled students. The two classes were connected via Zoom. So for teachers' instruction, creating hybrid learning. So that combined interaction in the metaverse. So with real-time online guidance and feedback from teachers, external observations, and students were collected and analyzed to the validate the results. They can dance together. So from the other, so remotely there. So these students with disabilities, these not disabilities, but they can join the same place. Then so they dance together. So non-differently. So the teachers observed that a student movement were larger and more dynamic than usual. External observers noted that students performed harmoniously with no distinction between able bodies and disabled participants. And their synchronization with music stood out. So in interviews, students said it felt like dancing face to face, despite the distance. Many mentioned that not seeing each other's faces reduced embarrassment, allowing them to move more freely and express themselves better. Above all students shared how much fun they had, showing that the metaverse provided meaningful and enjoyable physical activity experience. These results suggest that physical activity in the metaverse may reduce embarrassment more effectively than in real space. Movements were smoothly mirrored allowing students to synchronize with their surroundings. Additionally, they experience the joy of improvisation and imitation, essential elements of dance as a physical activity. This indicates that dancing in the metaverse can be a new, powerful means of communication in the physical education. In the metaverse, students with physical disabilities can participate as avatars and dance just like any other student. For example, the red avatar on the right represents a student with a leg disability. Although he usually sits on the chair, he was able to stand and dance together with his classmate as an avatar. Stand. Also, so this in the metaverse, student in the little chairs could also stand and dance like others. The blue avatar represents a female student in a little chair. She moved by turning her little chair, and her movements were reflected in the avatars. After the activity, she said, if we had this system at school, every student could enjoy physical activities. Her parents were also deeply moved, expressing great happiness at seeing her participate fully. Okay, please take a look at this example. As you know, so Japanese children are often shy, so and tend to be less active in physical education classes. However, in the metaverse, the avatar reflects their movement, encouraging them to move more freely and widely. As a result, they were able to perform dynamic dance to their heart's content. Very different from the normal class. They are so active now. But after this this type of the class, okay, this. As we saw in the previous examples, the metaverse allows the student with different abilities to collaborate and express themselves physically. Through this shared experience, students were able to develop confidence and transfer their virtual learning into real world behavior. While the metaverse supports inclusive and collaborative learning, AI takes a different approach by focusing on personalized learning. AI helps students reflect on their individual experiences, providing tailored feedback that guides them to discover their own learning process. To support this personalized learning, we introduced AI-powered reflective learning cards in physical education. These cards enable students to engage in self-assessment by answering the promotes and receiving the interactive feedback from the AI. Now, let me show you how the system works. So School AI that created by the Mingaku is an advanced tool designed to enhance learning experiences in the schools. Its main objective is to support students through real-time feedback and assistance during lessons. Students interact with the AI using the screen shown on the left. The prompt on the right side defines the AI's role. In this case, the AI does not provide direct advice, but encourages self-reflection and critical thinking through a guided question. The AI initially accepts a student's response and if necessary adjusts its guidance using coaching techniques. Prompts include units, goals, and assessment criteria, which helps AI evaluate student learning and refine its questions to deepen the understanding. So here's an example of how the AI interacts with students. The AI asks, "What did you learn today?" A student responds, "Yes. Now, I learned the importance of collaborating with teammates." now, so typing, then so sending, submitting. Yes, the AI follows up with in which specific situations did you collaborate? So students replies when passing the ball to each other. Through this conversation, the AI deepens a learning experience and helps identify the next steps through assessment. Additionally, the system records these conversations and summarizes them for reflection and evaluation. Teachers can use this data to assess individual progress, analyze learning patterns, and monitor changes over time. So if you are interested in this, I have an English version available. Please feel free to try it out or ask me about it after this presentation. The results show that integrating AI in physical education assessments positively influenced learning outcomes. There was clear improvement in pre and post assessment values after using the AI interactive learning card. So students felt that teachers provided direct advice and closely monitored their progress, while the AI encouraged self-reflection and self-assessment. Students saw teachers as the main problem solvers, with the AI acting as a supportive tool during the evaluation process. This led students to perceive AI as an assistant rather than a direct evaluator, complementing the teacher's role. Okay, I don't have time then, so yes. This is that's QR code, so you can access to the AI reflection card. So you can use it in English. But so after this presentation, please contact me. You can I can tell you how to use so AI smart card. We have so positive results. We will publish this kind of paper in the future. Okay, anyway, so that's all. So thank you very much for your attention. Okay, this is a symposium panel discussion, symposium style. Yes. Next. So how was for presentation? Well, so we don't have a Tommy today, so please ask us the question. Anyone have questions?
Hi, thank you for the excellent presentations and the innovative work that all of you are doing, including Tommy, who hopefully can figure out that we are discussing his work. I have a question about the data sets that you were talking about. How do you ensure that the diversity of bodies and genders and ethnicities get recorded when you're using this kind of data?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Pretty much the data set, like we only for now, like we only kind of rely on the publicly available like a data set. Usually like we have like a random like a pictures, and each picture we annotate the point of the human joint locations. It's random pictures. It's whether like a like a female, like a male, or like it's like all like a diverse like a random pictures. Yes. Otherwise, you have to have own data set, and as you can imagine, it takes like a really long time to develop that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Other question?
It was a wonderful presentation, Suzuki and team. And the thing is, because with technology, India, like I thought, no, I was quite impressed with technology in PE. You find physical education, I'm off the topic of this, but physical education, best practices. In schools, you find it's similar to the other academic subjects. How do you incorporate, and since you have incorporated technology, have you come out with, is it feasible, like if I'd like to have something for the country, So how do you come up with these which can be brought in? So besides the apps, these technology, because in India it becomes very expensive to afford this. But I'm sure, because we were eager to learn from you and some of the best practices which you think we could incorporate in the country. Okay, great, great.
Okay, so now in Korea, AI technology using the just tablet piece. So government given the tablet piece all of student not yet, just middle student maybe 1 degree is government give the tablet piece all of student. So we using the tablet AI, but another students not just maybe they are using the AI or virtual system, they are self by them in Korea.
Yeah. My country, they also the government provided tablets to every kids. Every kid has a own tablet.
Which age, like I mean, from which standard onwards they give that?
1 to 12.
1 to 12.
1 to 9. 1 to 9.
Oh, great.
Yeah, elementary school kids and junior high school kids.
Thank
I think,
you.
yeah, important things government have to support them, us, to incorporate technology into the school education. Also, so researchers have to show the results for using the technology better.
Thank you. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Other question? Sorry. Just, yeah. It's okay. Okay, so if you have any question, please capture this QR code, then put your question. I can reply to you using this is the technology panel. Yeah, you should use technology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attending this session.
Thank you so much, Professor Suzuki and his team, for such a wonderful discussion and for taking us to the worlds of AI and technology. Thank you once again. And to present the memento of appreciation, may I invite on stage Professor Usha S. Nair, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, National Sports University. I request Madam to present the Sangai to Professor Suzuki. With the traditional Lengyan fee from Manipur. A huge round of applause. I also request Madam to present the Sangai and the traditional Lengyan fee to Dr. Chu. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Cho. Last but not the least, I request Madam to present the Sangai and the traditional fee to Mr. Takashi Fukushima. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a big thanks to all the panelists on the stage. Thank you so much. Now we move ahead to the next session. And for that, may I invite Dr. Saubam Binay Kumar from National Sports University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. S. Vinay Kumar Singh from National Sports University. For the next session, I would like to call upon the chairperson for the keynote session, Dr. Claire Bozor. Sorry, ma'am. She did her PhD in sports science, adapted physical activity from University of Nancy, 1994. Associate professor in APA University Paris, Nanterre. Past president of the International Federation of Adapted Physical Activity, and also awarded with the IPA Fellow Award 2017. Member of ICSSPE Development Committee. Member of the UNESCO NGO Liaison Committee, and also published 50 articles, chapters, books, and made over 250 communications in national and international congresses. Consultant for Handicap International and Special Olympic France, and also contributor to World Health Organization Global Health Plan on Physical Activity 2018 to 2030. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us with us. And next, the co-chairperson, Miss Veena B. Power. Thank you, ma'am. She did her BCom SSA Government from SSA Government College of Arts and Commerce, Pernan, Goa. BPA, MPA, Chandrasekhar Agassi College, Pune, and she also qualified for a SET and pursuing PhD from Pune University. Her achievements are 6 senior national in Kabaddi, 3 junior nationals in Kabaddi, winner of Government of Yas Olympia held in Bau Saab, Bandodkar Pedam Mapusa, Goa, sorry. And she has a working experience in 2 years of FMS training, fun fitness coach at Maharashtra Mandal Pune, and 1 year work with the Bishop Coed School Kalyani Nagpur Pune, and 2 years work experience with the HDFC School Pune, and currently working in Don Bosco College as an assistant professor. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our chairperson. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, chairperson in French, chair, that means really somebody you like a lot. So it is my pleasure to introduce you my dear friend who is hiding over there, Akshay, if you can come. Dr. Akshay, one thing is someone who has something specific. He is always smiling. He is always moving like me. And he works at the Faculty of Sport of the University of West Indies, and I know that he will invite you. It is a great university. So he has PhD in sport medicine. He has had throughout his career so many responsibilities. But one of his main responsibility is to gather people, to push people to work together, not for him, but for the students, for the future of the humanity. He is the second vice president of the Jamaican Cricket Association. I tell you that he moves all the time. And he is also commentator. You will see that he is a very nice person when he talks. So I won't talk more, and I leave you the floor with a great pleasure.
Thank you very much, Claire. I think I have the mic here. That's good. Thanks. Thank you all for being here this late, and more importantly, thank you all for being awake. As soon as we get the slides up, we'll get started. I'm not too sure what am I supposed to press? But while we're waiting for the slides, here we go. Just to point out that it was a pleasure to have hosted Claire in Jamaica a few months ago, and I thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. I come from the island of Jamaica, and I'll be speaking about the region in general, because we had a fantastic presentation on technology and what's the latest and greatest that's taking place. But because this is also rooted in traditional sports and physical activity based on traditional sports is the theme of this conference, I thought I'll talk to you about traditional practices. We don't have traditional sports in Jamaica, but our system is such that people want to know what is the reason for our success. So just to point out that Jamaica is a country, or we like to call it a continent, between North and South America. I'm told I don't have a pointer here. So North America is up on top. South America, where you see Venezuela, which Anna was speaking about, is down the bottom. And in between, you have these set of islands. These islands were occupied by the Spanish, the French, the British, the Dutch, and Portuguese a bit lower down in Brazil. And the West Indies is not a country. The West Indies right now is referred to as those islands that are English-speaking, that were colonized by the British. Now, I should point out that some of these islands were colonized first by the Spanish, then by the French, then by the British, so they keep changing. Some islands right now are still colonies of Britain. Some islands right now are departments of France, which means that they're full French states, etc., etc. Showing me something? Which one is? That was the point? Okay, so when we speak about the West Indies, I'm referring to the English-speaking countries, starting from Guyana in South America, working its way up the chain, up to Jamaica. The only time that the West Indies comes together is at the University of the West Indies that I'm working at, and a few other colleagues are. We are a unique university because we belong to 17 countries. We have 5 campuses, and the only other university which is like this in the world is the University of South Pacific. That belongs to 9 countries. Sorry, 12 countries. And the only other time we come together is as a cricket team, as Cricket West Indies. Apart from that, we're separate countries, separate passports, separate currency, separate government, separate vote in the UN, etc., etc. So the challenges that we face is that we are very small populations with relatively poor economies. Yeah, in fact, I think it's over now. With very few, with poor economies. But the problem is that next to us are very affluent neighbors, especially the USA, which is just an hour's flight away, an hour and 20 minutes flight away. So very affluent neighbors. So our people have a champagne appetite on a Coca-Cola budget. And through that, we are a regional phenomenon. I say we're a regional phenomenon because if you see these countries here, Bahamas, Grenada, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, Dominica have all won gold medals or medals at the Olympics and World Games. In fact, in the last Olympics in Paris, St. Lucia, with a population of 174, 1.7 lakh, won 2 medals, a gold and a silver, and Dominica, with a population of 70,000, that's less than a lakh, won a gold medal. And I say that because the beauty about St. Lucia, when I was there last year, is that what they had on their walls was now we have 2 Olympic medals to go with our 2 Nobel laureates, because that country has had 2 Nobel laureates as well. Trinidad and Tobago, 15 lakh roughly, has 2 Olympic gold medals and was the smallest country to go to the FIFA World Cup way back in 2010. And it's not just sprints, but the Caribbean, the West Indies, has won medals at the Olympics in cycling. We got a gold medal this year in discus, Jamaica. We got a bronze in shot put, javelin, gold medals, long jump, triple jump, swimming. For a population of 65 lakh, we are a superpower in sport. And it's not just athletics. And it's not just a recent phenomenon. This clip is from 1948. And in 1948, a Jamaican named Herb McKinley was supposed to win the gold medal. You see him in front. And he lost. He ended up coming second to another Jamaican who got the gold. So we swept it in 1948. And since then, we have won, at Jamaica only, and by the way, Jamaica's population is 30 lakhs, 3 million. We have won 94 Olympic medals with 27 gold, 37 bronze, and, 30 to 39 silver and 28 bronze. That's Jamaica alone. In fact, We've been winning medals at the Olympics since 1948, and it's only 2 Olympics that we did not win medals. We've placed in the top 20 over 6 times. And as a small country, we have the highest number of medals per population in history. But I'm telling you this story because there's a story behind it, which has to do with our tradition. But before I go to the Jamaica success, I want to point out it's not just track and field. Jamaica went to the World Cup of Football ourselves in 1997. Trinidad went after. The West Indies cricket team led the world for 2 decades and has won the odd competition here and there. We won't talk too much cricket today. Our netball girls have been in the top 3 or 4 for the last 2 or 3 decades. And I could add to this our female football team, which has been to the last 2 World Cups, and many other teams as well. So it's not just track and field, even though we'll focus on that today. We are a sporting superpower. But what I want to bring out today is that having a high-performance system does not necessarily mean having a high-performance center. And what we have are traditional practices that have seen us forward, as opposed to necessarily the science and technology. And I'm not saying science and technology is not important. What I'm saying is that where you can't do it, you've got to evolve your own way of rising to the top. So the Jamaican scenario is very interesting because prior to the 1980s, from 1948 coming straight up, we had our de novo system. People competed in Jamaica. The world was more or less equal, high school based, and it was, you know, our high schools were in keeping with world standards. Between the 1800s and the noughties, professionalization took place of amateurs. And a lot of our athletes, in fact, all of them, got sports scholarships to go to the US, and they'd compete for Jamaica. And during this period, we would win 1 or 2 Olympic medals per Olympics. After the noughties, that's the 2000s, all of our athletes have stayed at home. And by staying at home, we won 14 medals from 2008 coming straight up, and we had an emotional meltdown last year because we only won 6 medals with 1 gold. But it's because it's a homegrown system that we have. And that system consists of intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Firstly, sport is a community event that the entire community gets behind. It's a community spirit that doesn't exist in many other countries, where there's inherent coaching, inherent advice by everybody. Whether it's your relative, your enemy, your neighbor, everybody has something to say. And I'd like to give the story of a young man named Usain Bolt that you may have heard of, whose passion was cricket, and Usain was a fast bowler. And Usain said that his father went to him and said, do not play a sport where your destiny is in somebody else's hands. Because in cricket, you have selectors, and they're going to choose the team. Do something where your destiny is in your hands. And he switched from cricket to athletics, and we'll talk about that history a bit later. That is from a village person who had his interest at heart and was able to feel that they could give him that advice. Interpersonal relationships between athletes and coaches, which can only exist within your own environment, where you respect each other, you know what each other likes. And then with that, we have regional approach. As I told you before, the University of the West Indies, Cricket West Indies bodies, which can then lend support to these athletes as well. We actually hosted the World Cup of Cricket in 2007, and that destroyed cricket in the Caribbean. And it destroyed cricket because, for the first time, an overseas body, which was the International Cricket Council, came and imposed their culture and their restrictions to our cricket, and it turned people away for life. We're used to walking the cricket fields with pots and pans and coolers with drinks and food. And they said, you can bring none of the sort. And people said, well, forget it then, we're not interested in you. You have to be very careful in the environment that you work in. And the other thing that we're very particular about is that we work with collaboration, not with submission. And that was one thing that was very, very important, that we had a lot of support from our collaborators all over the world, but we like to have our uniqueness expressed in it. And so we do work with other universities. We have a lot of grant work taking place right now. There's research that we're open to for collaboration. But the point is that there's a phenomenon that's taking place, which is a traditional practice. And that traditional practice starts very, very early. So early, in fact, that there's a video here which just talks about kids in Jamaica. I think you can hear the audio.
It's a competitive world out there in Jamaica. They really compete hard against each other. And
And what it's basically saying is that we compete hard against each other and it's a competitive world. And if you just put it down a bit, to exemplify it, I have this example here that my own secretary years ago came to me asking for half a day off. And I said, why? She said, because her 2-year-old was in a crawling race and she had to go and support him. It starts early. It takes place every single week where we have track meets from December straight through to June, July, and it is very competitive. And the most competitive part of it is something we call the high school champs, something that doesn't exist anywhere in the world to the intensity that exists here. It's a competition that's 115-year-old. And our timings in our high school competition are better than most national timings around the world when it comes to sprint events and other events. It's the bedrock of our champion athletes, and it's an absolute national euphoria. When champs are taking place, all of the newscasters are wearing their high school ties, all of the government ministers and prime ministers wearing their high school tie. Everything is about their high school and who's going to win champs.
I think this is
This is a little snapshot of what champs is like. Put up the volume a bit for me, please.
For the youngsters to compete.
So it takes place over a few days, and the entire country is involved. People are wearing their school shirts, they're wearing ties, even if it's not their school. Even Usain Bolt is there, wearing his tie. And it's just non-stop competition, euphoria, and everybody's egged on. But the beauty about it is that this is what produces our champions. And the interesting thing about it is that our champions are not produced by the traditional winning schools, because the traditional winning schools tend to run out the athletes too much, overrun them, or run them through injuries, exactly what used to happen with the US collegiate system. And it's our non-traditional schools that are producing our Olympic champions. And this is such a euphoria that these shirts are being sold for all these high schools. But why did I put this up? Because this was a Puma store in Delhi. And when I went to a Puma store in Kanpur, there were 2 other Jamaican high school shirts being sold. So it's a sort of scenario where even the excess things are being sold. When I asked them what this is, the person in Delhi told me it's Jamaican beachwear. But never mind, the point is that it had made the stores of India. Now, post-2000, as I said, our athletes stayed at home, and that allowed local conditions to prevail. A lot of these conditions were not your prime conditions, but they've improved. But what had happened is that we were able to schedule our athletes according to our schedule. In other words, they'd run a certain number of meets, they'd run at certain times. They were not dependent on their scholarship and on their college saying that you have got to run every meet whether you're injured or not. Communities became involved and the nation became involved. And the beauty about Jamaica is that we have no VIP culture. If you're Usain Bolt and you walk on the road and we say good morning and you don't say goodbye back, the society will ostracate you. They'll ostracize you. They'll kick you out. And nor will they act in a VIP way. So it's very much a congenial, homely sort of scenario. But our sports structures improved with sports coaches, which were local, with sports medicine specialists, sports science taking place. I put this picture up because this was our Sunshine Girls, our netball team that had come 3rd in the World Championships. And I put it up there because these girls, well, this happens regularly, but at that time, we lost by 1 point to the 2nd team place, which lost by 1 point to the 1st place team, Australia and New Zealand, and we ended up there. But the reason I put it, this was our directory, and the reason you cannot see their knees is that I ended up operating on every single one of those knees. But since then, we've had programs where we've even prevented the ACL injuries and the meniscal injuries, and therefore we don't have that sort of injury that takes place. A lot of what we're doing is very basic pre-participation evaluation because we used to lose too many athletes to injuries in the past. What we found is that you've got to do this at a young age because, as you know, the first injury is what leads to the next one. And what we found is that our coaches at a young age of 12 to 14 were spending so much time on strengthening these athletes that they'd end up with things like tight hamstrings. And so instead of being able to sprint and stride, they're strong but very tight, and therefore they'd get injuries. And the problem we'd have, I'd put in the last slide there, 100-meter finalist. There was a girl that I'd seen once. She had come to us, and when I looked at her, she was just the perfect specimen of an athlete, a female athlete. And I said, what did you run in champs last year? She said, I didn't, I was injured. What did you run the year before? I didn't, I was injured. And what happened is that she'd actually strained her hamstring, no support, went on her own, got better, she thought. So the coach said, come and run for the school again. The next year she had hamstring issues again, never ran. When we got her sorted out at the age of 17, 18, she actually ran the very next Olympics and came fourth, I think, in that Olympics and has progressed thereafter. But we're losing them. We're losing them at young ages if we don't have proper screening procedures. So, as I said, we've had to institute things that have stopped the netballers from having to have surgery, stopped early injuries in our sprinters, and even other things. And this may sound basic, but I'm putting it to you, for example, that a young man came to me at the age of 16, I think it was at the time. And I said, you know, young man, what do you do? He said, I'm a 400-meter runner. I said, you are nutritionally far behind. He said, yes, sir. I'm going to sort of use my dialect to say, yes, sir. You see when we run against the Brazilian them, the people them big. In other words, what he was saying is that when I run against the Brazilians, they're big. The Englishman them big. The English people are big. The Americans, big. I said, yes, that's why you've got to eat. You've got to improve your nutrition. So how did you do at the World Championships? I got a gold, sir. So there you are with natural talent, which you now have got to harness to the next level. But it's all there. And once again, because they're at home, we're able to actually pay attention to it. I bring up anti-doping because Jamaicans in general have not been caught for doping. People have been dying to find something wrong with Usain Bolt or Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, and I can go down that list. I remember I was doing my elective in Canada in 1988 during the Seoul Olympics, when Canadian Ben Johnson won the 100 meters. 2 days later, he got caught with stanozolol. And the first thing that the Canadian press said was Jamaican-born Ben Johnson was caught with drugs. So he was Canadian Ben Johnson for 2 days and suddenly became Jamaican-born. It never happened in Jamaica. The only Jamaicans that have been caught with banned substances are in supplements. And the famous case was one where they actually bought some supplements which had a stamp on it saying water approved. Now let me point out one thing, water doesn't approve anything. So this was erroneous by the manufacturers. It had some substance in it that was contaminants and they got caught. But we've never been caught with anabolic agents, and we have a very pure run, proper system. And it's run around two major track clubs, the MVP track club and Racers track club. MVP was set up by this gentleman named Stephen Francis, who's a chartered accountant, who then realized that he needs to spend more time in coaching. He gave up his profession and has done coaching. He believed in Jamaica, he produced results. He's based at a local university where they've won over 25 Olympic medals since 2008. And he's been attracting a lot of overseas athletes to run there. At my university, we have Racers Track Club, set up by, and still run by Coach Glenn Mills, who I call the best sprint coach in the world. He has over 22 Olympic medals. And when I asked Coach, and by the way, at my universities where Usain Bolt and that team trained. So when I asked Coach, what was your best Olympics? He said, well, 2008 was special because that was Usain's first. But you see, in 2012 at London, I said yes. He says, of the 6 medals, and what he meant was the gold, silver, and bronze, 100 and 200 meters, male, 6 medals. So of the 6 medals, I won 5. Because we won gold and silver in the 100, and then we won gold, silver, and bronze in the 200 from the same track club. By the way, in 2008, Stephen Francis won gold, silver in the female 100. You'd think a country would be happy about that? Jamaicans are upset. They're upset at the person who won the gold. They said she should have slowed down a bit so the 3 of them could have gotten golds. In 2016, that same 100 meters gold medalist came 3rd. She lost to another Jamaican. And my son commented that Jamaica is the only country where we're upset because the wrong person got the gold, because they wanted Shelley-Ann to get the gold. So anyhow, we have these track clubs where, as I said, MVP has produced Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, Elaine Thompson, or the latest was Kishane Thompson, who lost the 100-meter gold in Paris by almost 1,000th of a second. In fact, I still believe that he won it, but never mind. And then we have Racers Track Club, where Usain, Johan, and Warren had won the 1, 2, 3. But I put up Roger Stoner there because Roger won our first gold in discus and broke the Olympic record in Paris a few months ago. The thing is that these track clubs are bitter rivals. They're absolutely bitter rivals. They compete against each other in Jamaica. But you see, when it comes to competing for Jamaica, they compete together. They have differing styles. from the same national pool, varied resources, but when it comes to running for Jamaica, they bring the nation joy. So much so that we have this square in the city center, which we now call Beijing. It's called Beijing because when we had the Beijing Olympics, it was daytime in Jamaica, and everybody would stop. Could you just put up the volume a bit to watch these races on TV in the square? Come on. That was us getting the gold, silver, bronze. And just look at the euphoria in the streets. That's first and second, Usain and Johan Blake. And third was appreciably behind. But if you ever see what it meant to the nation. Now that might not be a lot of people in India, but in Jamaica that's a lot of people. And
you're a legend. You see, Asaba Paul never drop out with a groin injury. You have a gold medal. It was the 1, 2, 3, 4.
what she's saying is that if Asafa Powell never dropped out because of groin injury, we would have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4. But the point is, only war and sport can bring a nation together. And since we're not going to war with anybody, we use sport. Now, what makes Jamaicans so fast? It's a question I've been asked and I've spoken about throughout the world, and my answer is very simple. I don't know, but if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But people say it's genetics. People say it's genetics. Well, if it was genetics, then West Africa would be winning more than us because our genetic pool is basically West African. People say it's the environment, but our environment in Jamaica is not unique. The rest of the Caribbean has the same environment. But yes, the rest of the Caribbean is now winning, as I told you. Countries with 70,000, 1.4 lakh are winning gold medals. But what it is for us is a system. And that system is from an informal system, which we then have to formalize. It's a system that wasn't dependent on technology, but now has to become dependent on technology. But it has to remain a Jamaican system. So this, believe it or not, is where Usain Bolt used to train on our cricket field, because we didn't have a track at our university. I can see now, this is during drought, the field is not that great, but there he goes.
He has some
and that's the coach that's speaking.
The coaching instructions. And coach, for 40 or 30 must do our
He's saying 40 or 30, what should I run? And then off he goes with the sled.
Then we go on the chef.
Now trust me, this is not very high tech, but it's the repetition. It's the application, it's the innate knowledge of our coaches that had Usain start off with that. What happened after that is that Usain won in Beijing and then went to Berlin to the World Championships and won, that broke the world record there. And Regupol, a company from Germany that had laid that Berlin track, offered him 200 meters of track so he could train on it. And he said, no, thank you. You can give me 8 lanes of 400 meters. And that's when we laid the Usain Bolt's UWI track at that time.
Track, laid in 2010 for the world's fastest man, Usain Bolt, is slotted perfectly below the overlooking long mountains of St. Andrew.
So this is our university grounds. And we got the track at that stage. And since then, we've been producing, in fact, we're getting a lot of people from overseas who are coming and partnering with us. There's obviously support from sports medicine, from nutrition, from the sparse biomechanics that we have, but in our own program, we're developing biomechanics, etc. And as I told you, coaching, which has a lot of innate and extrinsic input. I remember I held a sports medicine conference in Jamaica, and one of the presenters showed Tyson Gay running the 200 meters. And as he came around the curve, he pulled his hamstring. And they were discussing, how he pulled the hamstring. And Coach Mills got up and said, no. His second stride after starting was too long. And because it was too long, he was compensating. And by the time he came around the second, he couldn't balance and it was gone. And this presenter from England, one of Mark's friends, said, I've presented this 100 times around the world, and nobody has actually picked up the fact that it took place way back at the 2-meter mark. But there's that sort of thing that we've got to now convert into modern science and technology. And so we ourselves have a sports medicine clinic that we set up. And I'm going to skip that because that's not important. The important thing is, much like the National Sport University of India, in 2007, our university opened the Faculty of Sport. We recognize that sport is something we've got to take very seriously. And that Faculty of Sport, so our university, as I told you, has 5 campuses. The largest is in Jamaica, but we have a campus in Trinidad, Barbados, Antigua, and then we have a global campus that encompasses the other 14 countries. We have an academy of sport on every campus. Dr. Ramprasad is in charge of the one in Trinidad. I'm in Jamaica, et cetera, et cetera. And we've started academic programs from BSc right up to PhD. We started with sports coaching, sports kinetics. We have masters in sports science with a double degree from University of New Brunswick. So you get a degree from UWI and University of New Brunswick at the same time. We have PhD students looking at biomechanics, at sports economics, at sports tourism. But the point is that we realize that we need to have our own data. We have a lot of collaboration. Our supervisors from overseas, we do a lot of work with people. But if you don't have your own data, you cannot rely on other people. And I can tell you that from West Indies cricket, and I can tell you that from even what I've seen in Indian cricket, which I'm very deeply involved in as well. You've got to have your own data and your own ways. So ultimately, yes, we are going to have a setup which resembles a modern day, and that's inevitable. So we are looking at setting up the Usain Bolt sports medicine, sports science labs, and so on, which I'll just, that's just a graphic there. But the point is that whatever you set up, it has to have with it the local traditional methods that have gotten us as far as we've gotten so far. So one of the problems I have is that we need to assess athletic resources. I currently have 8 men in Jamaica who are running sub-10 100 meters. So they're running 100 meters at 9. Only 3 of them will ever represent Jamaica. The rest of them, we've got to send them to other sport. Rugby 7, for example, is natural for us. Catch something, hit down somebody and run, that's us. There are many other sports around the world that we can channel people to. In fact, we had a runner who we did not know existed as a 100-meter runner. He was picked up by Kuwait, I believe, and he represented Kuwait and actually made it to the finals of the Rio Olympics. Would never had a chance in Jamaica. We need to collaborate very closely with people from all around the world because there's a lot that can be done. And I'll point out what's happening there. So we do have people who come from time to time to train with our athletes. This is Wade who had come. He comes almost yearly now, 400-meter world record holder. We've had the 100-meter sprinters from India come over very often. So Amir Malik, who was the 100-meter champion at that time, spent about 2 years there. I have currently Shravani Nanda, who is a 200-meter runner here, who's been living in Jamaica for the last, I think, 8 years or so and training there. And they keep bringing over their athletes. What's more pleasing to me is that we currently have 2 Jamaican sprint coaches in India who have been here for 6 years. One is in Pune, the other one is in somewhere in Kerala. I think it's Thiruvananthapuram, I'm not too sure. But the second one was actually involved with by 4x400 team that made it to the world champion relays, where Jamaica didn't make it. And our sprint coach here is actually doing very well with youngsters and bringing them to a higher level. The talent obviously exists in 1.4 billion people. It's how do you harness that? The other thing that's important about collaboration is that there was a reality series here some years ago, a competition on TV. It was a sprint competition in India, and the prize was a trip to Jamaica. So we had 20 athletes who came from India to Jamaica. And as it turned out, we were having our relays at that time, which was an open relay. So the team ran in the relay there and won. So they beat the Jamaican relay kids who are running, which shows you the talent that can be unearthed here with cooperation. And the last thing was that we had a throws coach that came here. And he actually took one of the girls from Kerala with him back to Jamaica. And she actually currently is the first Indian to have won a full sporting scholarship in a US university. And she's at the University of Las Vegas right now, or Nevada or something. So one thing we do strongly believe in, it may sound a bit crazy, but we actually believe in ourselves very deeply. You have a bit of volume there?
Imagine me, a black president, man. Fastest black president.
You can dream for anything. Imagine me, a black president, the fastest black president. I mean, you've got to believe in what you believe in. So I say that because the theme of this conference is traditional sports. And India's in a position where they can actually present their traditional sports and use them as a vehicle to get people to other sports or to stay within your own sports. So in 2014, on one of my trips to India, I arrived in Delhi and I saw these 2 athletes. And I said, this is very impressive. I wonder what they do. And this is what they do. They're part of the Denmark national kabaddi team, which just completely got me by surprise. And of course, even a few months ago, I think I was here in January, and there you have the Coco World Cup live in 2025. So it's being done in India. But the point is that to formalize it and to let people know that they have a future in sport. It doesn't have to be an Olympic medal. It doesn't have to be a world. You can actually, and the message I'm getting across in the Caribbean is that it's not just athletics, it's around athletics. The sports scientists, the sports coaches, the sport physiotherapists, doctors, etc., etc. It's a whole village. And that's something that our system has been able to churn out at the best. We believed so much that we had a bobsled team that actually competes in the Winter Olympics. And we beat the USA the first time we competed. So that was this was a Disney movie which brought us to prominence, but it was never like that story. In fact, one of the guys who's in there has a PhD in sports management. I'm finished. Has a PhD in sports management and is one of our lecturers right now. And so this slide is for Claire. Thank you very much.
Wow, congratulations. Yes. I told you, you can be the last speaker, the people they don't leave. Yeah, yeah. I have a question before I give you the floor. When you land in Jamaica, okay, you go somewhere you don't know. And what is the better thing you have? It is the music. You arrive, and at the airport, the people are like this, with the suitcase. Yeah, you have Bob Dylan like this. So I think that in Jamaica, you have a strong link to culture, and culture is also sport, is music, is art. When you go on the streets, you see many paintings and graffitis, very nice graffitis. So I would like to know how you spread this culture linked to sport, to art in the other regions.
Yeah, it's a good question. It has to do with self-confidence. As I told you at the start, that we believe we're a continent, right? The continent of Jamaica. And what had happened is that after independence, when we were nation building, we got our gold medal at the Montreal Olympics as our first independent Jamaica gold medal. Bob Marley became a world icon. And every Jamaican believed that anything they do, they're top in the world. It's not much different to the new generation of Indians who believe that they're world beaters in anything they do. It's that confidence. And so when you have the swagger, when you're walking and so on, is because, now, the tragedy about that, and I'm going to be very explicit with you, in 89, I was in my cousin's house in Mumbai, and I was reading a Newsweek magazine, and it spoke about gangs, Jamaican gangs in England, causing a problem. And in a morose way, I had a smile on my face, because I said that even there, they want to become the top. There's this inherent belief that we're as good as anybody, and we've had the results to show it. So to answer your question, the culture and the sport is because we feel that the rest of the world is trying to copy us, and therefore we feel to have this superiority complex, so to speak. But it's used in a humble way. So as I said, our athletes, our artists, are ordinary citizens who stand up in a line. I remember before the World Games in Russia, the Russian ambassador told me that he was shocked because he got a call from the security that Mr. Usain Bolt is here to pick up his visa for the World Games. So it's done. You go and pick up your own visa. So, you know, it's that humility with that, with that arrogance.
Exactly. Thank you. So we have a question here. You continue?
Yeah, really excellent presentation. We're learning and we have learned so much. So I am from a small state called Manipur with a 30 lakhs population in one of the most populous country in the world. So like getting a job is very challenging in this part of the country. Therefore, what happened is sports become the most successful industry. Then success in sports means job and other resources. So people may blame like genetics has a role. In your, just like that, Jamaica, is there any role of genetic predisposition?
As I said, if it's purely genetics, and because most of 90% of our population came from West Africa as slaves, you'd think that West Africa would have it. In fact, people have examined the muscle structure of Kenyan runners, and our runners to see if we have fast twitch fibers faster than anybody else? And the answer is no, we don't. So I don't, I mean, yes, okay, so the black population, the African population that we have is inherently a very strong population. But the truth is that I think other populations have shown that with proper techniques, you can actually achieve that as well. So I will discount that genetics just for a while. And then if you look in cricket, for example, our East Indian population, which means people who came from India to a place that the Europeans mistakenly thought was India and they called it West Indies. Our East Indian population has represented itself disproportionately higher in cricket in the Caribbean than the African population. So I don't think it's purely genetics. I think it's culture, and I think it's the system that brings them up. That's my belief, and nobody's been able to prove the genetic part of it.
Respected sir, I'm Datt Niranjan, PhD research scholar from Karnataka University, Dharwad Anthropology Department. I'm really impressed by your presentation. I have one quick question. See, now 2024 policy of Indian sports policy has taken this community-driven sports culture in India. Can you give us 2 to 3? Because in what I'm also studying in the sector of caste and sports, that area I'm doing my research. I want to understand what Jamaica did to drive that community into sports as a culture in the initial years of development, so that from if the final national policy comes, that steps can be taken in India, because we have so many communities to drive, which are stereotyped with their own occupations, or as sir said, it is job driven. So I'm in my research, I'm trying to find it like they're looking sports as a career in itself, not as a part of their culture point. So what I wanted to ask, what steps you want to suggest from Jamaica experience to India? Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
It's hard to come from a country of 30 lakh and tell a country with 1.4 billion what to do, because of many things. One of the drives in the last 10 years, I'd say, and I was here for the Commonwealth Games with the Jamaica team, and I should point out that our top three sprinters did not come, male sprinters. And I was afraid, and I'm sorry, just give me 1 minute just to exemplify this. This here, yeah. Because you have to understand what had happened in this scenario. From 2002 Commonwealth Games to 2006 Commonwealth Games, 2000 Beijing, 2008, 12, 16, to our World University Games, World Championships, we never lost the 100-meter gold from those straight up. So when we came to the Commonwealth Games in 2010 and our top three sprinters said they're not coming, we were worried. And our finalists, I was there at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. When they said on your marks, he got up. And when everybody else saw him get up, they took a little step back because they expected the Jamaican to win. And not only did he win the gold medal, he never ran for Jamaica again. He just couldn't qualify. The point that I want to make is that I found here since 2010 that the emphasis was to get medals, not to enjoy sport, not to participate in sport. At the community level, it has to be about enjoyment. Now, the reason I can't advise you about that is that when I would come here during my childhood, as I said, I've never lived here, but I've come here a lot. There were open fields for people to play kabaddi and play hockey and play whatever. That obviously is diminishing because of lack of resources. What's happening is facilities are improving. But my one thing is that community sports should be for enjoyment and for participation. And from there, you have talent identification and then move into higher realms. That would be my approach.
Thank you, Einstein, the relativity of time. We had just one last question, but please, very fast, because time is running, and we need to leave some space and some time, not Einstein. Yeah. Okay.
Well, at the beginning of your presentation, when you said, well, Western Indies countries just get together at university and cricket, I was thinking whether cross-cultural marriages are allowed. I'm just kidding. So thank you, terrific presentation. I am a Brazilian Australian person, academic. I was in Australia when Usain Bolt tried to become a footballer, but he was always offside. Yeah, so that was an issue. But I think your presentation highlighted something really crucial in our culture, in our current sporting systems, which is the way you presented your traditional ways to build competition, to build sports, to build the sporting culture that leads also, but not only, to this Olympic greatness. So my question, if you could address, please, is how do you see all these neoliberal forces that within sports have been destroying traditions around the world? How you think you can balance your traditional way of building all these systems with these neoliberal forces pushing you to away of these traditional ways?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Thank
a
you.
lot of liberal forces have been trumped, but never mind. I'd want to put it in a different way, slightly. There are forces, there are things, but if we don't keep up with science and we think that we can just sit on a little island and do things as we did before, we're going to perish. And if you want an example of that, look at West Indies cricket. So I think we have to encompass whatever forces are taking place and be part of it. That says just don't lose your individuality. Pick what's best for you in your scenario, not what necessarily is best for somebody else elsewhere. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm trying to sort of give it a broad brush.
Bravo. 1 minute.
Before Claire runs me off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very interesting session. I hope everyone have enjoyed. Now I would like to call upon Professor Roja Lopez to kindly, please ma'am, to kindly hand over the this one, token of love to our speaker, Dr. Akshay Mansingh. And a Sangai, a Lengyan and a Sangai. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Kuldeep, Assistant Professor, National Sports University, to kindly give the token of love to our chairperson. Thank you, ma'am. And also to our co-chairperson, Ms. Veena B. Pawar, sorry. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Karen Haris Tiwari to conduct the next session. Thank you very much. After this.
Good evening, invited speakers, esteemed delegates, and all our invited guests. So it was a very elaborate session, and this will be the final keynote address, which is going to deal with a very timely subject related to the socio-cultural context of Indian sports. So for this session, this session will be chaired by Eleni Miliev, Dr. Eleni Miliev, who's the Vice Rector of Agricultural University of Athens. Please give a round of applause to the chairperson. And this session will be co-chaired by, co-chaired by Dr. Francis Lobo, who's the Director of Physical Education, Rosary College. To give a brief introduction of the chairperson, Dr. Eleni is a biologist with a postgraduate studies in hydrobiology. She has her PhD as well in the subject. She's a professor of the applied hydrobiology from the Department of Animal Science, now presently heading as a vice rector of European University. She also oversees student support activities and organizes sports activities as part of the university. So please give a round of applause to Dr. Eleni. May I give a brief introduction to Dr. Francis Lobo. He's the Director of Physical Education, Rosary College, Navelin, specialized in football and yoga coaching, under 14 second division football team, and was a director who won Goa University an overall championship for 6 times. So please give a round of applause to Dr. Francis. Over to you, the chair and co-chair. Yeah.
My name is Eleni Miliou, and I welcome Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Martin Toms is Associate Professor, School of Sport, Exercise, and Rehabilitation Sciences, Head of Global Engagement for Sports Science, PhD in Youth Sport Talent Development, where collaborated with many organizations in sport, editor of multiple international handbooks, including Sports Science in India, Practice and Perspective. He presented more than 40 papers at international conferences, and also multiple speaking engagements and publications on youth sport in India, lead for senior staff, and also partnership lead for Federation University joint programs. And of course, 35 years of Indian co-heretics.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just want to wait for this to get going. We ready? Okay. Whilst we wait, thank you everybody for managing to stay at this time. I hope you are still awake, and hopefully you will be at the end of this as well. Somehow I've got to follow action, and I've got no idea how I quite do that. But we've managed to segue quite neatly, I hope, into some work that I've been managing to do with the Inspire Institute of Sport, if people are aware of that organisation. And I'll do a little bit of an introduction to that as we go. So my colleagues Sam Pullinger and Magini Adhikari are both members of staff at Inspire, the senior sports scientists there. So we've been doing some work as a joint collaboration to better understand elite athletes and actually where they've come from. So moving on, if you like, from where Akshay started about this idea of culture, I want to dig a little bit deeper and actually understand a little bit more about where these athletes come from. Because it's fine when you have these athletes, but how do they get to that point? And what is influencing them in that process? And what can we do as sports scientists, as educators, to make sure that we make the most of it? Just a little bit about me, and yes, I have 35 years, I guess, of co-heritage here. I was talking to my wife earlier, and she pointed out that I was in Mother India. For me, it's foster mother India. So something slightly different. But yes, I'm heavily involved in sport over here, and do quite a lot of work trying to understand the socio-cultural aspect of where things are. So yeah, just a little bit of background on me, and new publication, Sports Science in India, with Prali Majumdar and Meenu Dhingra as well, that came out last year. Oh, too far. A little bit about University of Birmingham for those that may not be aware. So we celebrate our 125th year this year. And next year, it will be 80 years that we have delivered physical education and sports science courses. So one of the oldest in the UK in that respect. So we will be having some pretty major celebrations on that. And we have a reputation for sport, particularly in India, and supporting sports and athletes. And you'll see our campus, and those of you that watched the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, we hosted the hockey, and I was very fortunate to host a number of colleagues and friends from both SAI and Hockey India as well at that event, which was fantastic. So it was really good to see that on campus. I will just mention, because I've been told I have to do this, that we are ranked number 6 in the QS for sport, and also number 80 as a university in the QS World Rankings as well. So we are a very research intensive institution, and we do take our sport and exercise science very seriously. In terms of IIS, for those that aren't aware of Inspire Institute, basically it is the high performance side of JSW and JSW Sports. There is a gentleman that some of you will notice on the top left of one of these posters, who is based at Inspire at Bellary, Vijayanagar, north of Bangalore, where they are currently based. And you'll notice a number of other elite athletes that they have and they work with there as well. So, one of the places to start with this is to understand what we mean by performance, and also, more importantly, talent identification. What we understand, and what is quite common, is the idea that we are focusing on the biological and the psychological in order to improve performance and understand performance. However, as a review that I was part of back in 2011 for Sports Coach UK highlighted, there is actually a missing element to that. That is understanding the social, understanding the background context of these individuals. And I think that's really important. However, as actually was perfectly pointing out, that idea is incorrect, because the bio and the psycho only ever happen in a social context. So underpinning all of the biological, all of the psychological, in any country, in any sport, in any activity, is always going to be that fundamental social aspect of these individuals, where they've come from, and how can we better understand them to help improve performance in the future. So, a little bit of a context on this. And that is, understanding the social culture is as important as understanding the biological and the psychological, and helping support and influence that. Please remember that we are talking about young people before, if you like, they have been identified as being talented. We want to know what their journey is to get to that stage? What characteristics do they have? What experiences have they had? So what is quite clear is that the wider research, and I'll mention some of that shortly, is that there are some key factors that we need to take into account when understanding and helping to develop our talented performers. This is all about culture and subculture, if you like, and I've daringly called it social anthropometry, because it is all about location. It's all about culture. It's all about understanding. And we're going to explore that from our sample of elite athletes from Inspire. Okay, so what we're going to look at is a number of key factors that we know from research that's mainly done in USA, Canada, UK, and Europe. Some of the key factors that can affect young performers. I am fully aware that there is very limited and in some cases no research on this in India at all. So it's really important then to think about how we might translate some of that and how we might engage with the culture here. So I've got 8 of these, so I'm going to go through them very quickly. Birth order. When you are born with your siblings can have a direct impact upon your performance in sport and whether you make it. Not genetic. And those of you who think about, if those of you who have children, if you do have children, and those of you who might be planning for children in the future, it is certainly in the UK, and particularly in some sports, it is quite clear that being the second born is an advantage. So there's some family planning advice for you. And those of you that have children, you might just ignore the older one. I mean, they were just practice run. Focus your time on the next. We also have relative age effect. Relative age effect is an absolutely fascinating topic in the sense that where you have a sport, a federation, or an organisation where there are dates from which for example, a calendar year date. In the UK, we tend to do it on an academic year from September. But what we know is that you are more likely to become an elite performer if you are born at the start of that period, purely because you are physically bigger from primary school. And that is where the advantage begins for you. So relative age effect is interesting, and where you're in a country like India with a population of this size, the number of states, the number of different education systems, federations, etc., it becomes quite an interesting thing to look at, and I'll show you some of that data shortly for here. Play activities. So actually I was mentioning about this whole idea about culture and what goes on in the West Indies. It is just as important here as anywhere else. We underestimate the idea that we can have play activities that will actually help you become a better athlete in the future. So play becomes really, really important. Dietary impact. A really interesting one for India. So the ingestion of proteins at a young age, for example, and how the connotations of that and religious observance, etc., can have an impact on who does become an elite performer as well. Resilience from life experiences. We heard from Jens earlier about some of the horrendous things that actually do happen, but resilience is actually quite important. The ability to cope with failure and not fall apart. You won't find many snowflake athletes anymore. So resilience becomes important. My big area of work really is the idea about sampling a lot of sports and activities when you're young. Actually, I mentioned about this. This is really important. It's about play. It's about engagement at community level. And the more sports you play, I will guarantee, the more likely you are to become an elite performer. Specialization and early specialization is not a good thing. So any of you who heard me talk in 2017 at SciCon will know that it's something I talk about an awful lot. But the evidence base is quite clear that the more sports you play, the more likely you are to become an elite performer. family support, I mean, that's obvious really to some extent. If you don't have the support of your family, you're not going to get very far. But that in a cultural context in India is quite different. And how that works, along with birth order, is a really interesting area for you to consider and think about. And geographical location. So not so much where you're born, but where you're brought up makes a difference. And again, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that. So we have 8 key factors. And they are really important, the way they interact and interplay with each other on how athletes work. So what I was very fortunate to do with our partnership with Inspire and IIT Madras as well is have a number of colleagues from Inspire interview 339 of their elite athletes. We do have within that sample the super elites as well. So we're looking at those who represent India. I'm not going to talk about those in this session because, again, it's a smaller sample. But using their sports, we've actually profiled, if you like, a number of these athletes, or all of these athletes, to find out what their backgrounds were, what did they have in common, what were the commonalities in their behaviours. Yeah, you can see the rest of that, but the key thing is we've got 339 athletes who are at the peak of their performance. They may not represent India, but they are close to doing that. What I'm going to show you is going to be the first time these have actually been shown in public. So they are quite new in that respect. This is the initial evidence, if you like, and some of the key findings. Bearing in mind the number of areas that we've covered within these interviews, the volume of data that we've got, I'm just picking out 8 of the key points that relate to this that I'm hoping you might find interesting, and I hope will mean there are going to be more questions than answers, because that's up to students and colleagues here to help engage with and develop more. But the key point is that this, in any case, in any country, in any state, within any country, with any town or village, within any state, is very local, culturally appropriate. In other words, if somebody comes to you selling a talent identification model from another country, don't buy it. Create your own. It's much more appropriate. Okay, so let's get on to some of the fun bits. If you're an athlete, it would appear that you have to be the youngest of 2. According to the data on our athletes, wrestling, you have to be the oldest. And swimming, interestingly, an only child. I think you can make your own possible inferences on that, particularly swimming, the cost, perhaps the location, the resources that are needed to access. Might mean that only those who can afford to send their children swimming can actually do that. Wrestling one is a really interesting one, and that I think is tied up with a number of other factors, and athletics as well. So certain sports, it would appear that there is a prevalence of elite athletes within Inspire, within this case study, who have particular backgrounds and particular birth orders. To go into more detail, these were the commonalities. So in athletics, you had to be the youngest of 2. Boxing, youngest of 2 as well. Football, youngest of 2. Judo, swimming and wrestling, the oldest in the family. And again, you can see there was a trend here between the youngest of 2 or being the oldest. Now, when you break it down and you look at some of the more detail, there is going to be an awful lot to do with the culture of family. The roles children have within the family unit, depending an awful lot on the particular location, background, what jobs the family do, etc. So there's an awful lot that we need to unpick here. But what is quite interesting is this prevalence. Now, in the UK, we know for most sports, it's the youngest of 2. The youngest of 2 and having an older brother is really helpful. If you want to play golf to an elite level, you need to have an older sister. So see if you can pick your family before you're born and pick your siblings, because that's going to be an interesting way of doing it. We've got some good ideas about how and why, but I won't share them now. But there appear to be particular patterns in behaviour. And by behaviour, I mean opportunity, because that I think is key. Second point is relative age effect. So when you're born. So if you're ever bored and you want to do something, it's always interesting to go and look at the age groups of the England football team, for example. Not that we're particularly good, but you will find that the majority of them are born between September and January. So your birthday can have a significant impact, mainly because when you're at primary school, you are almost, to some extent, 365 days more developed than somebody who's born in August in the way that it works. So there is a natural bias towards the older, bigger kids at school who get into the teams, who get the coaching, who get the training, and they become better. And it becomes a virtuous circle for them. So it's really interesting to consider then about relative age effect and what that actually can do and does do. And as I'll say at the end, this is all about culture, subculture, and it's all about getting the federations and SAI and other organizations to get involved, gather this data and understand it. Because without that understanding, we can't create talent. So judo, yeah, is the classic one where the majority are born at the start of the year. So if you want to be a judoka, and you're born in December, don't bother. It's too late. Your destiny has already been set, I'm afraid. So you need to be born at the start of the year. So there are indeed countries who know this, who plan for it. So you have a family planning policy that will actually be advantageous to your population if you're careful. We have in the UK a number of people who our academic year starts in September. So you have a number of people who are August born who realise that they are going to be the youngest in the year. So parents push them into the next year. So they're the oldest in the year to give them that advantage. It's mad, if I can say that. Informal play activities. Now this, I think, is absolutely crucial. And this, I think, is something that we don't consider enough. So play activities, and I'm using judo again as the example here. The judokas did the most play. Interestingly, it was the footballers who did the least. Now, again, read into that what you may about footballers, football behaviour, upbringing and everything else about what footballers do or don't do, the idea about specialisation and all of these sorts of things. But when it comes to play, play is really important. And whilst what we've done is we've basically had to classify what we mean by play, we've had everything from tree climbing, throwing mud at your friends, any play activity that exists is really important. The key thing here is fundamental movement skills and managing to understand what they are. So the judokas did the most, and maybe that helps them become better judokas. Maybe the skills that you get from that are more valuable than just doing judo. If anybody here wants to get themselves better hand-eye coordination, learn to juggle. If every child in a school, in a primary school, secondary school, were able to learn to juggle, and that just cost you 3 tennis balls, then you would produce some amazing athletes. Yes, there's no competition in juggling, but they can then transfer that skill across to other sports that require hand-eye coordination. It's not rocket science when you look at the evidence. Diet. Absolutely fascinating. So in order to become an elite athlete, then you have to eat non-veg. And there are clearly implications for that. And there are clearly background implications for that as well. Interesting with wrestling being a slightly different one, but again, wrestling, I think it's slightly different. When I show you a heat map of where our athletes come from, then it's really interesting again to see locations, backgrounds, upbringings, and how they seem to have an effect. But it would appear that there is a significant underrepresentation of vegetarian athletes in India. Resilience. Resilience, we've sort of mentioned a few times, and going through some of these interview transcripts and things, some of the stories that some of these elite and super elite athletes said about their backgrounds, the struggles that they faced, and certainly around bereavement, are actually quite challenging. But what is, again, is quite clear that the resilience that people get from life experiences, can put them in a stronger position when it comes to playing sport, learning how to deal with loss, with defeat, with everything else. And resilience, even now for anybody here, is actually really important. Making your child resilient is a key thing, I think. Certainly not to the extent that some of these guys have had. And certainly when you look at, I mean, athletics, 25% had a major life-changing event that they had to deal with. So resilience becomes a really interesting aspect of this. But we also asked them what they used to do at home. What did you do at home to help? What sort of jobs did you do at home to help out? Because there are, again, no implications for this. So I don't know quite to say about footballers. I did mention them earlier, but they seem to be the laziest, didn't do any chores at home. I've got no idea if anybody here has got an aspiring footballer as a son or daughter, but make sure they do the jobs, please. They're clearly not doing it. However, when you look at, again, the judokas come up on this again. The judokas are the ones who are doing a lot of manual work at home. And I will always remember I can't remember which year, the film Karate Kid from 1980s with the wax on, wax off. All the skills that were learnt, the resilience, the ability to mop a floor, bizarrely, will actually strengthen your wrists and your hands. So think about all these other skills that these kids could be doing that they may not realize they're doing, that will actually then help them become better performers, because we're talking about the transfer of skills. It doesn't have to be sports specific, it can be anything. And this is where culture comes in. Because if you look at, in particular, the wrestlers, if you come from a farming background, and from a young age, you start helping out on the farm, I think you might probably become pretty strong. You will have a number of physical skills that you would not have if you just sat in front of the computer. So actually, what job your parents do, where you live, what they do, can have a direct impact on you becoming a better performer. And again, the evidence is out there from other countries on this. So anybody from a manual background is probably more likely to end up with a manual background, manual sport and strength and everything else. Is more likely to become an elite performer in that sport or activity that requires that skill. So if you want your kids to become better athletes in a certain sport, get them to do the housework, and also see if you can get them to go and work on a local farm. I know what they'll say to you, but hey, it's worth a try. Sampling behaviour. Now, I think this is really important. So we looked at play, which is very informal. We're now looking, if you like, at the idea about sampling behaviour. So playing different sports, and the more sports again that you play, and athletics was the key one here. And this is at school, community level. The athletes were doing far more sports than the footballers. There's a trend about football here, isn't there? There's a trend about football. I don't know what to say. But again, you've got people who are doing multiple sports, and a number of these were playing district and state level sport, as well as their own main sport. And again, this is this idea about talent transfer, gaining skills. The more sports you play, the better skilled you are, and the better performer you will be. This is very much a late specialization argument, and I hope a late specialization piece of evidence for Indian sport. So, what were they doing? And bearing in mind, we are looking in particular at traditional sports here. These are the most commonly reported other sports that these people played. And again, you will see the link there of the ability to transfer skills and talent from one sport to another, particularly with boxing, judo, and wrestling. So if you want to find your talented performers, you may want to go and look at those other sports. If you are a federation and you want to strengthen your current batch of performers, you may well go and look at other federations and other sports. As actually was saying earlier on, it's about fun and play. If you were hoping, if you were aspiring to be an Indian judoka, but you ended up being an Indian wrestler, that's a win for everybody. So being aware of talent transfer, working with federations becomes really, really important here. You'll notice again, there is one missing in football. What is wrong with these footballers, young footballers? Goodness gracious, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to work at home. They don't want to have a job. They don't want to do anything beyond football. But again, it's really interesting. This whole aspect of, okay, we can create, well, if this was me as a federation, I would be saying, okay, for wrestling, I want all my wrestlers to go, if they're at a young age, I want them to go and do all those other activities because we know it's going to put them in better stead. If you want to avoid injuries to wrists, ankles, and knees, do gymnastics and swimming from a young age. Again, it's simple things. So yeah, so again, we've got the Kabaddi Kho-Kho issues coming in here. Again, this is community-based, it's school-based, so these are really, really popular. Family support, again, as you would expect, everybody, as they would say, had support from their family. I think interestingly is in wrestling, you're more likely to become an elite wrestler if you have a family member or close relative who was also a wrestler. Unlikely to be genetic, however, it could well be something to do with the culture within your family of doing wrestling. And if you think about it, going back, if you're part of a big family, you'll be wrestling your brothers, particularly if you're male. So you can really start thinking about how these things actually work. So yeah, family support, I think, is a really interesting one. But what I absolutely love about this is the heat map of elite performers. Where are the, and these are, admittedly, these are only from Inspire. It will be interesting to go and access some of the other elite performers, the Indian team, national teams, anything like that, to look at this in a bit more detail. But this is where the majority of elite performers are coming from, mainly the north and the east, and Manipur, obviously, has to be. But it's, again, it's interesting at what sports, and that is where we start beginning to see trends that are cultural for the locality, for what is traditional nearby, and things to do. So let's have a quick run through. Oops, sorry, there's a better example of the map, the heat map of talent. My problem with the heat map of talent is it shows there are big areas where there is talent, it just hasn't been identified. So it's not about going to these areas that are hotspots, It's about going to those that are not hotspots and finding these elite performers. But now we have some evidence, and that should be quite useful. So let's have a quick look. Athletics. Again, remember, this is not where people are born. This is where people are brought up. So this is about access to opportunity and access to culture. What we haven't done, we could do, is we can divide this to track and field. We can go into any level of detail possible, but it was useful to just show an overview of this. Yeah, so south and north for your athletes. Boxers, north, and a little bit on the east. And this is where I think anthropometry comes in here as an allied link to explore some of this at the same time around performance. Judo. Again, mainly north, south, and a bit of east. Where are these judokas from the middle of India then? What are they doing? Do they not do judo in the middle? I mean, what's going on? Central India, nobody does judo. No, okay. But it's opportunity, it's culture, it's the ability to actually engage and play, I think, is key. Wrestling, north and south, again, a little bit of east. And I'd say each one of these is an individual. In some cases, it's more than one person, depending on where they're from. And there are particular villages where they have at least 2 or 3 people from that one village who are at Inspire. Football is, again, northeast. The north, anybody from northeast Manipur, get those boys to go in, and girls to go and start doing the household chores, please. Because quite clearly that's where it doesn't happen. And again, you've got a bit of a mix, but again, I don't think anybody here would be surprised at any of these from India. This follows a lot of the expectations of where these people come from. And swimming. South and a little bit east, I guess. But again, the majority of swimmers do the swimming not occur elsewhere. Is this the idea that what we should be doing is looking at these cultures and subcultures at community level sport and everything else in order to have an influence on this? This is not about the data and the points you can see. It's about the areas there are no points. And that, I think, is a crucial thing, because when you put it together, there are a few big areas there where there is talent, but it hasn't been tapped into yet. But we can be strategic and think about it, because now we know what other sports you should be doing in order to help achieve that talent. Okay, so some of the findings then. If we put all of this together, what have we got? If you're going to be an athlete, you need to be the youngest of 2 with an older brother. Somebody to compete against, I assume. Or somebody to run away from, potentially. Hey, I'm a younger brother, and I knew I used to run away from my brother. Goodness gracious. Yeah, most likely to be born between January and March. Oh, okay. So start your family planning, guys. This is the answer. Almost all non-vegetarian. Over half had reported challenges, and most had financial family bereavement, so they were significant challenges in their upbringing. They were resilient. Yeah, played multiple sports like volleyball. Yeah, most likely to come from a farming background and did the household chores. These are probably the children some of you want, actually, to be fair, who do all those. Geographically, predominantly from south and north. Boxing, again, youngest of 2 with an older brother. Again, you can envisage the sparring. We do also know the perfect age between these siblings as well. So we've got the data on that at the same time. So you can work out when best to plan your family to produce an elite athlete. Lots of play activity, mainly cycling and running. Again, majority non-veg. But I think really importantly, this idea about talent and skill transfer, Kabaddi, athletics, and Kho are absolutely crucial in order for these guys to become elite performers. It's not just about the sport you do. It's about everything you can gain from other sports where there are transferable skills. Family support, yeah, interesting for boxing, coming from a police background. Majority of boxers actually had in most cases, father who were in the police, and access to facilities and opportunities that way. And yeah, again, geographically, predominantly north and east. Judo, again, younger brother, born between January and March. Lots of play activities. Half had experience of majority non-veg, half had experience challenges as well, and all the way through to farming and household chores. So again, keeping active, doing lots of things, doing lots of different things, if you like. Wrestling, the oldest, but actually, interestingly, most likely to be from a bigger family. But that could well be because of the background of a lot of these wrestlers as well. The farming background and everything else. Lots of play activities again. Financial and family bereavement come in. And the sports sampling thing is absolutely crucial. So being able to identify talent between those, I think, is really, really important. We're fascinated to find out about kabaddi and kho and then link them together and go that way as well. Geographically the same. Football, youngest of two with an older sister. Again, culturally, we know why it works in the UK for golf. If you want to become an elite golfer in the UK, you have an older sister. And that's mainly because mum takes daughter off to shopping and dad goes to the driving range with the son. It's part of the culture of that in that respect. Interesting with football, only half actually played no other sport. Now, one of the arguments, one of the conversations I had with somebody who's involved in football in India is, does that suggest then that the reason the Indian football team is not particularly good is because they only do football? Which is an interesting challenge for the federation and for those involved in football to consider. Admittedly, it's a problem in England, in Europe, and other places because of the financial possibilities and the risk of injury. However, the converse is actually the reality that the more sports you play, if you're a footballer, the more likely, or the less likely you are to get injured, and the more likely you are to make it. Okay, and swimming. Oldest of two, younger brother, most likely to come from a small family. Again, the non-veg issue comes up. And interestingly, we mentioned about maybe where the parents have come from, but they're the most likely to come from a business background. So maybe there is something here to do with financial opportunity to access facilities and being a small family, which may make it easier. Okay, so conclusion and implications of this. This is a start point. This is a way of trying to understand not just about these people's backgrounds, but actually their sport sampling behaviour that will be hopefully useful to then consider for federations and everybody else in the future. This is about talent identification strategy and policy. Any TID strategy or policy needs to be inclusive, and it needs to be broad enough to allow athletes to do multiple sports and multiple activities, ideally and hopefully if they're related. This is becoming a key field because we know that sports science can get involved at a later stage. We know that once they are identified, you've got sports science to support them, you've got sports psychology to support them, but it would appear that if they have some of these backgrounds, if you like, then that makes it a lot easier for them to become nurtured and supported, become elite athletes. And resilience, again, is a key one for that. I think what is really key in all of this is that we all know, we all understand that India is unique as an ecosystem. There are the excellent policies of Fit India, Khelo India, TOPS, all of those programs are really, really useful. But what we've got to consider if we want to make an effect is the way that we can engage those people from community level and up. Because they are the future of sport in India in particular. This is a descriptive study, and it is a small sample, 339 elite and sub-elite athletes. However, I think what is interesting from it is some of the findings from this may be useful when it comes to federations considering what they're going to do for sport, how they can work together, and how we can actually improve talent in India from simple things. It doesn't just have to be sports science. Sports science can help, but beneath that, at community level, there are things we can do and support. So, we started off with a biopsycho and a social. The social is the Indian ecosystem, whether that is local, district, village, state, national. Each particular environment needs its own strategy and own approach. And we need to think this from the bottom up and not the top down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any question? Yes.
Tom, that was absolutely fascinating. But question to you, have you mapped this or compared it with, say, the UK? And what sort of changes, what sort of differences do you have?
UK is obviously, it's tiny compared to, we've got the population of Gujarat. It's a tiny nation. We have, and we know effectively that you need to live in one county in England to become an elite performer, and that is Yorkshire. So when you look at the England cricket team, for example, the majority of cricketers have actually come from one county. And sorry, that's a good one. Yeah, has been, but not anymore. And that is because what is happening is the competition at that level is so fierce that it is much harder to get to the top. So the better and more resilient athletes get to the top. So there is a peak level. I showed a gentleman called Jean Coté from Canada, who some people may have come upon, and his work. And he mapped a lot of American elite athletes to the size of city in which they were born. And that comes down to opportunity and everything else. So yes, we have an idea and we have sort of mapped it. But because we are much more homogeneous really in the UK, it doesn't really show that much. But I think in India in particular, because of the differences, then I think that's where that will come through. But it would certainly be interesting to do. And I would really love to be able to do this with federations on all of their elite athletes to look at it in more detail.
So
thank you for the question.
You have not spoken anything about institutions. Culture is related to institution. I have not seen anything. You have mentioned about institution.
Institutions as in schools or colleges, universities?
The organization.
Oh, organization, yeah.
I mean, the way we can develop. If that is not there, then this cannot come.
So I think that's a very good question. In a sense, I'm looking at the level before those people get to that stage. So before the institutions, the federations get involved, we're looking really, I suppose, if you wanted to put a number on it, from birth to the age of 13 or 14, when the federations begin to get involved. Now, I know there are a lot of federations that start trying to talent ID at a much younger age. And the evidence base for that generally is zero. I think James and Akshay were saying as well that all of the research that's been done about early specialization just shows there is more risk of injury, dropout, burnout. So we're trying to engage our federations, our institutions with these people at a much younger age, but maintaining their playing activities for much longer, because your investment is a lot safer. The analogy I use is going to be, if you've got an orchard of apple trees, you don't cut 99 of 100 apple trees, you don't cut 99 of them down after 10 years. You wait for them all to flourish to work out where your elite athlete's going to be. So the longer they can play, and in a strange way, the less involved federations can be until later, probably the better. So institutions have their role, and the federations, I think, and policy needs to consider being much more open and broad and allowing opportunity at a younger age than it does focusing on a specialisation strategy until much older.
Yes. Any other question? Oh. Yes.
Thank you, Martin. Just an observation. So in the UK, I see a lot more of professionalising sport with juniors younger, which goes against everything you're saying, arguably.
Absolutely.
And how do you stop that happening? Because I agree with what you're saying, but the professionalisation wanted to be in the England team at under 11, etc. National academies, kids being moved to Loughborough to, and then they win junior US Open, junior Wimbledon, etc.
Yeah.
How do you butt against that?
That's a very good question, Mark, and it's a real challenge, especially to educate parents and coaches and those who have a vested interest. And as you say, you look at the England under 17 Euro squad, Euro football squad, and then find out where they are 10 years later. Majority of them only ever played League One or Championship. So what the work of people like Dave Collins, Andy McNamara, and others have come up with is being an elite junior athlete, there is no relationship whatsoever about being an elite senior. But I guess if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But your point, I think, on the, I guess, what has become the US system about gaining a scholarship if you're good at sport tends to mean that kids, particularly in the US, but now probably the UK, as being professionalised, they're being pushed into playing one sport for longer or much earlier in the hope that they might get a scholarship. But the reverse is true. The problem is we never see those who drop out, who fail. We only ever see the winners, and they are the minority. But yes, it's a real challenge, and as you well know, trying to educate parents around that is quite difficult. But if we can maintain and suggest a number of sports and activities that will then help them, the better. So the juggling analogy, get a child to juggle, they will become an excellent slip fielder in cricket in the future, because the hand-eye coordination is much easier, much better. But thank you for the question. Yes, good.
Okay.
So, hello, excuse me. Yeah, it's an interesting study. I would like to know what is the time period over which the data has been collected, and what is the time frame?
So it was a time period of probably, I would say, about 3 months. So they were all, or they are, or were all Inspire athletes, because the team that we've got are based around the Inspire centres as well. And when the athletes were in, they did an individual interview with each of them. So the data set is from, where are we? From 2024. And the idea is that what we want to do is keep maintaining this and building up a bigger data set with any new batch that might come in. Because the bigger the data set, the easier it is to use the data to then inform policy and practice. So I hope that answers your question.
So last question.
Any
Now you have highlighted the problem of lack of talent full data, as well as we don't have a model to have the talent transfer also in India especially. Can Khelo India model, which is becoming prevalent in Indian sports structure, can that be a good platform of one talent pooling as well as talent transferring over a period of time? I just want to ask you this.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good question. I think Khelo India is a really good start point. What it needs is more research done around that talent transfer. The problem I've encountered with federations has been they've got a good athlete and they're their athlete, and I'm not going to let them go. No matter if they might be an average judoka, but they could become an excellent boxer, but we'll never know. So the issue is also to try and educate federations to not only allow these young athletes to do multiple sports, but to also allow them to go between sports. So it's federations that need to work together, as we're beginning to slowly now in the UK to be able to do that, because federations don't own athletes. The country owns athletes, and they're representing the country, not the federation. So we have to really think about how we can do it. But the key thing, and this is a call out really, is we need more research on this. We need to engage with it a lot more. Think about, yes, the elite athletes you've got, but also consider the younger ones that are coming through and the next generation of elite performers. So we can give them the best opportunities and best environment in which they can thrive and win gold medals for Team India.
Any other question? No. So, Mr. Martin, we have finished today. Thank you very much for your great presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. So,
That was definitely a very interesting last session. It kept us entertaining and we thank Professor Martin for that. And as he said, India is a unique country. It is also a diverse country which has different socio-cultural contexts across the various regions. So it might be specific to an institute, but when we look at different regions, it may also influence the sporting behavior and culture. So thank you for bringing it out. And I think it's a very important topic when we target behavior formation and change as well. So thank you, sir, for the topic. Now may I request Dr. Verena Burke, FISU Vice President and Chair FISU Education Committee, to kindly come onto the dais and give a memento to Professor Martin as a token of our love. And also the Lengyan fee, which is a traditional Manipuri welcome felicitation greeting that we give. Thank you, Professor Martin. May I now request Dr. Varna to also provide the Lengyan fee to the chairperson, Elena. May I request the co-chairperson, Dr. Francis Lobo, to also come forward. This brings us to the close of the first day of keynote sessions. Okay. There is one last announcement before you guys leave. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karen. I understand that everyone is tired and exhausted after a long day, but before we call it a day, I'd like to make few announcements for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are going to have a series of events which is lined up for all of us, beginning from the morning, where we'll have the fitness activities, for which I will hand over to Mr. Ajit. But before that, I would like to highlight that tomorrow we have a couple of sessions, keynote sessions, as well as 2 panel discussions. After that, we will have an evening where you get to experience a taste of the rich, diverse culture of India, especially of Goa and Manipur, which will be followed by the gala dinner. So before we call it a day, may I hand it over to Mr. Ajit, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Diwala. Uh, there is an excitement announcement for all the participants here and the keynote speakers. We are organizing a 5 kilometer run or walk, uh, or walk, a competition. It's a healthy competition for all of us in the scenic beauty of River Mandavi. You can also, sport the river, the Fort Aguada, Fort Reis Magos, and you can also see the point where the Arabic Sea and the Mandavi is meeting. It's a wonderful path you will be enjoying. So I am requesting all the keynote speakers and the participants to join tomorrow with us at uh, Panjim. The location will be shared in the group, and some important announcement. The keynote speakers will be picked up from the Bambolim Beach Resort at 6:30 a.m. Yeah. 6:30 a.m. Yeah, and we will be 7 o'clock. We are planning to start. By 8, we'll wind up and come back by 8:15 back to the hotel. So I request all of you to be ready with that. And yeah, and please make sure that you are coming with your activity attire, and also please make uh, make this note. There is attractive cash prizes and incentives. Age wise, yeah, it's inclusiveness is considered, so age wise competitions. So we are looking forward to see you. I will send across the locations. I send across the uh, uh, other details in the group. Please join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajit. We'll begin the sessions, the keynote sessions at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and other sessions will run parallelly in the 3 halls. So with this, we have come to the end of the first day. Thank you all for your attendance. Please enjoy the tea upstairs. Thank you so much.